Chapter 19 of The Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eden Ray Hedrick. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 19. Jesper Who Herded the Hares. There was once a king who ruled over a kingdom somewhere between sunrise and sunset. It was as small as kingdoms usually were in the old times, and when the king went up to the roof of his palace and took a look round, he could see to the ends of it in every direction. But as it was all his own, he was very proud of it, and often wondered how it could get along without him. He had only one child, and that was a daughter, so he foresaw that she must be provided with a husband who would be fit to be king after him. Where to find one rich enough and clever enough to be a suitable match for the princess was what troubled him, and often kept him awake at night. At last he devised a plan. He made a proclamation over all his kingdom, and asked his nearest neighbors to publish it in theirs as well, that whoever could bring him a dozen of the finest pearls the king had ever seen, and could perform certain tasks that would beset him, should have his daughter in marriage, and in due time succeed to the throne. The pearls, he thought, could only be brought by a very wealthy man, and the tasks would require unusual talents to accomplish them. There were plenty who tried to fulfill the terms which the king proposed. Rich merchants and foreign princes presented themselves one after the other, so that some days the number of them was quite annoying. But though they could all produce magnificent pearls, not one of them could ever perform the simplest of the tasks set them. Some turned up, too, who were mere adventurers, and tried to deceive the old king with imitation pearls, but he was not to be taken in so easily, and they were soon sent about their business. At the end of several weeks, the stream of suitors began to fall off, and still there was no prospect of a suitable son-in-law. Now it happened that in a little corner of the king's dominions, beside the sea, there lived a poor fisherman who had 3 sons, and their names were Peter, Paul, and Jesper. Peter and Paul were grown men, while Jesper was just coming to manhood. The 2 elder brothers were much bigger and stronger than the youngest, but Jesper was far the cleverest of the 3, though neither Peter nor Paul would admit this. It was a fact, however, as we shall see in the course of our story. One day the fisherman went out fishing, and among his catch for the day he brought home 3 dozen oysters. When these were opened, every shell was found to contain a large and beautiful pearl. Hereupon the 3 brothers, at one and the same moment, fell upon the idea of offering themselves as suitors for the princess. After some discussion, it was agreed that the pearls should be divided by lot, and that each should have his chance in the order of his age. Of course, if the oldest was successful, the other 2 would be saved the trouble of trying. Next morning, Peter put his pearls in a little basket and set off for the king's palace. He had not gone far on his way when he came upon the king of the ants and the king of the beetles, who, with their armies behind them, were facing each other and preparing for battle. "Come and help me," said the king of the ants. "The beetles are too big for us. I may help you some day in return."
"I have no time to waste on other people's affairs," said Peter. "Just fight away as best you can."
And with that he walked off and left them. A little further on the way he met an old woman.
"Good morning, young man," said she. "You are early astir. What have you got in your basket?" "Cinders," said Peter promptly, and walking on, added to himself, "Take that for being so inquisitive." "Very well, cinders be it," the old woman called after him, but he pretended not to hear her. Very soon he reached the palace, and was at once brought before the king. When he took the cover off the basket, the king and all his courtiers said with one voice that these were the finest pearls they had ever seen, and they could not take their eyes off them. But then a strange thing happened. The pearls began to lose their whiteness, and grew quite dim in color. Then they grew blacker and blacker, till at last they were just like so many cinders. Peter was so amazed that he could say nothing for himself, but the king said quite enough for both, and Peter was glad to get away home again as fast as his legs would carry him. To his father and brothers, however, he gave no account of his attempt, except that it had been a failure. Next day Paul set out to try his luck. He soon came upon the king of the ants and the king of the beetles, who, with their armies, had encamped on the field of battle all night, and were ready to begin the fight again. "Come and help
me," said the king of the ants. "We got the worst of it yesterday. I may help you some day in return."
"I don't care though you get the worst of it today, too," said Paul. "I have more important business on hand than mixing myself up in your quarrels."
So he walked on, and presently the same old woman met him.
"Good morning," said she. "What have you got in your basket?"
"Cinders," said Paul, who was quite as insolent as his brother, and quite as anxious to teach other people good manners.
"Very well, cinders be it,"
the old woman shouted after him, but Paul neither looked back nor answered her. He thought more of what she said, however, after his pearls also turned to cinders before the eyes of the king and court. Then he lost no time in getting home again, and was very sulky when asked how he had succeeded. The third day came, and with it came Jesper's turn to try his fortune. He got up and had his breakfast, while Peter and Paul lay in bed and made rude remarks, telling him that he would come back quicker than he went, for if they had failed it could not be supposed that he would succeed. Jesper made no reply, but put his pearls in the little basket and walked off. The king of the ants and the king of the beetles were again marshalling their hosts, but the ants were greatly reduced in numbers and had little hope of holding out that day. "Come and help us," said their king to Jesper, "or we shall be completely defeated. I may help you some day in return." Now Jesper had always heard the ants spoken of as clever and industrious little creatures, while he had never heard anyone say a good word for the beetles, so he agreed to give the wished for help. At the first charge he made, the ranks of the beetles broke and fled in dismay, and those escaped best that were nearest a hole and could get into it before Jesper's boots came down upon them. In a few minutes the ants had the field all to themselves, and their king made quite an eloquent speech to Jesper, thanking him for the service he had done them, and promising to assist him in any difficulty. "Just call on me when you want me," he said, "wherever you are. I'm never far away from anywhere, and if I can possibly help you, I shall not fail to do it." Jesper was inclined to laugh at this, but he kept a grave face, said he would remember the offer, and walked on. At a turn of the road he suddenly came upon the old woman.
"Good morning," said she. "What have you got in your basket?"
"Pearls," said Jesper. "I'm going to the palace to win the princess with them." And in case she might not believe him, he lifted the cover and let her see them.
"Beautiful," said the old woman. "Very beautiful indeed. But they will go a very little way toward winning the princess, unless you can also perform the tasks that are set you. However," she said, "I see you have brought something with you to eat. Won't you give that to me? You are sure to get a good dinner at the palace."
"Yes, of course," said Jesper. "I hadn't thought of that," and he handed over the whole of his lunch to the old woman. He had already taken a few steps on the way again when the old woman called him back.
"Here," she said, "take this whistle in return for your lunch. It isn't much to look at, but if you blow it, anything that you have lost or that has been taken from you will find its way back to you in a moment." Jesper thanked her for the whistle, though he did not see of what use it was to him just then, and held on his way to the palace. When Jesper presented his pearls to the king, there were exclamations of wonder and delight from everyone who saw them. It was not pleasant, however, to discover that Jesper was a mere fisher lad. That wasn't the kind of son-in-law the king had expected, and he said so to the queen. "Never mind," said she, "you can easily set him such tasks as he will never be able to perform. We shall soon get rid of him." "Yes, of course," said the king. "Really, I forget things nowadays with all the bustle we have had of late."
That day Jesper dined with the king and queen and their nobles, and at night was put into a bedroom grander than anything of the kind he had ever seen. It was all so new to him that he could not sleep a wink, especially as he was always wondering what kind of tasks would be set him to do, and whether he would be able to perform them. In spite of the softness of the bed, he was very glad when morning came at last. After breakfast was over, the king said to Jesper,
"Just come with me, and I'll show you what you must do first."
He led him out to the barn, and there, in the middle of the floor, was a large pile of grain.
"Here," said the king, "you have a mixed heap of wheat, barley, oats, and rye, a sackful of each. By an hour before sunset you must have these sorted out into 4 heaps, and if a single grain is found to be in a wrong heap, you have no further chance of marrying my daughter. I shall lock the door so that no one can get in to assist you, and I shall return at the appointed time to see how you have succeeded."
The king walked off, and Jesper looked in despair at the task before him. Then he sat down and tried what he could do at it, but but it was soon very clear that single-handed he could never hope to accomplish it in time. Assistance was out of the question. Unless, he suddenly thought, unless the King of the Ants could help. On him he began to call, and before many minutes had passed, that royal personage made his appearance. Jesper explained the trouble he was in.
"Is that all?" said the ant. "We shall soon put that to rights."
He gave the royal signal, and in a minute or two a stream of ants came pouring into the barn, who, under the king's orders, set to work to separate the grain into the proper heaps. Jesper watched them for a while, but through the continual movement of the little creatures, and his having not slept during the previous night, he soon fell asleep. When he woke again, the king had just come into the barn, and was amazed to find that not only was the task accomplished, but Jesper had found time to take a nap as well.
"Wonderful," he said. "I couldn't have believed it possible. However, the hardest is yet to come, as you will see tomorrow."
Jesper thought so too when the next day's task was set before him. The king's gamekeepers had caught 100 live hares, which were to be let loose in a large meadow, and there Jesper must herd them all day, and bring them safely home in the evening. If even one was missing, he must give up all thought of marrying the princess. Before he had quite grasped the fact that this was an impossible task, the keepers had opened the sacks in which the hares were brought to the field, and, with a whisk of the short tail and a flap of the long ears, each one of the 100 flew in a different direction.
"Now," said the king as he walked away, "let's see what your cleverness can do here."
Jesper stared round him in bewilderment, and, having nothing better to do with his hands, he thrust them into his pockets, as he was in the habit of doing. Here he found something which turned out to be the whistle given him by the old woman. He remembered what she had said about the virtues of the whistle, but was rather doubtful whether its powers would extend to 100 hares, each of which had gone in a different direction, and might be several miles distant by this time. However, he blew the whistle, and in a few minutes the hares came bounding through the hedge on all 4 sides of the field, and before long were sitting round him in a circle. After that, Jesper allowed them to run about as they pleased, so long as they stayed in the field. The king had told one of the keepers to hang about for a little, and see what became of Jesper, not doubting, however, that as soon as he saw the coast clear he would use his legs to the best advantage, and never show face at the palace again. It was therefore with great surprise and annoyance that he now learned of the mysterious return of the hares, and the likelihood of Jesper carrying out his task with success.
"One of them must be got out of his hands by hook or crook," said he. "I'll go and see the queen about it. She's good at devising plans."
A little later, a girl in a shabby dress came into the field and walked up to Jesper.
"Do give me one of those hares," she said. "We have just got visitors who are going to stay to dinner, and there's nothing we can give them to eat."
"I can't," said Jesper. "For one thing, they're not mine, and for another, a great deal depends on my having them all here in the evening." But the girl, and she was a very pretty girl, though so shabbily dressed, begged so hard for one of them that at last he said, "Very well, give me a kiss and you shall have one of them." He could see that she didn't quite care for this, but she consented to the bargain, and gave him the kiss, and went away with the hare in her apron. Scarcely had she got out of the field, however, when Jesper blew his whistle, and immediately the hare wriggled out of its prison like an eel, and went back to its master at the top of its speed. Not long after this, the hare herd had another visit. This time it was a stout old woman in the dress of a peasant, who was also after a hare to provide a dinner for unexpected visitors. Jesper again refused, but the old lady was so pressing, and would take no refusal, that at last he said, "Very well, you shall have a hare, and pay nothing for it either, if you will only walk round me on tiptoe, look up at the sky, and cackle like a hen." "Fie!" said she. "What a ridiculous thing to ask anyone to do! Just think what the neighbors would say if they saw me. They would think I had taken leave of my senses." "Just as you like," said Jesper. "You know best whether you want the hare or not." There was no help for it, and a pretty figure the old lady made in carrying out her task. The cackling wasn't very well done, but Jesper said it would do, and gave her the hare. As soon as she had left the field, the whistle was sounded again, and back came Longlegs and Ears at a marvellous speed. The next to appear on the same errand was a fat old fellow in the dress of a groom. It was the royal livery he wore, and he plainly thought a good deal of himself.
"Young man," said he, "I want one of those hares. Name your price, but I must have one of them."
"All right," said Jesper. "You can have one of them at an easy rate. Just stand on your head, whack your heels together, and cry 'Hurrah!' and the hare is yours."
"Eh, what?" said the old fellow. "Me stand on my head? What an idea!" "Oh, very well," said Jesper. "You needn't unless you like, you know, but then you won't get the hair." It was very much against the grain, one could see, but after some efforts the old fellow had his head on the grass and his heels in the air. The whacking and the hurrah were rather feeble, but Jesper was not very exacting, and the hair was handed over. Of course it wasn't long in coming back again, like the others. Evening came, and home came Jesper with the 100 hairs behind him. Great was the wonder over all the palace, and the king and queen seemed very much put out, but it was noticed that the princess actually smiled to Jesper. "Well, well," said the king, "you have done that very well indeed. If you are successful with the little task which I shall give you tomorrow, we shall consider the matter settled, and you shall marry the princess." Next day it was announced that the task would be performed in the great hall of the palace, and everyone was invited to come and witness it. The king and queen sat on their thrones, with the princess beside them, and the lords and ladies were all round the hall. At a sign from the king, 2 servants carried in a large empty tub, which they set down in the open space before the throne, and Jesper was told to stand beside it. "Now," said the king, "you must tell us as many undoubted truths as will fill that tub, or you can't have the princess." "But how are we to know when the tub is full?" asked Jesper. "Don't you trouble about that," said the king. "That's my part of the business." This seemed to everybody present rather unfair, but no one liked to be the first to say so, and Jesper had to put the best face he could on the matter, and begin his story. "Yesterday," he said, "when I was herding the hares, there came to me a girl in a shabby dress and begged me to give her one of them. She got the hair, but she had to give me a kiss for it, and that girl was the princess. Isn't that true?" said he, looking at her. The princess blushed and looked very uncomfortable, but had to admit that it was true. "That hasn't filled much of the tub," said the king. "Go on again." "After that," said Jesper, "a stout old woman in a peasant's dress came and begged me for a hair. Before she got it, she had to walk round me on tiptoe, turn up her eyes, and cackle like a hen. And that old woman was the queen. Isn't that true now?" The queen turned very red and hot, but couldn't deny it. Said the king, "that is something, but the tub isn't full yet." To the queen he whispered, "I didn't think you would be such a fool." "What did you do?" she whispered in return. "Do you suppose I would do anything for him?" said the king, and then hurriedly ordered Jesper to go on. "In the next place," said Jesper, "there came a fat old fellow on the same errand. He was very proud and dignified, but in order to get the hair he actually stood on his head, whacked his heels together, and cried hurrah, and that old fellow was the—" "Stop! Stop!" shouted the king. "You needn't say another word. The tub is full." Then all the court applauded, and the king and queen accepted Jesper as their son-in-law, and the princess was very well pleased, for by this time she had quite fallen in love with him, because he was so handsome and so clever. When the old king got time to think over it, he was quite convinced that his kingdom would be safe in Jesper's hands if he looked after the people as well as he herded the hares. Scandinavian. End of chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Debbie Reynolds. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 20, The Underground Workers. On a bitter night, somewhere between Christmas and the New Year, a man set out to walk to the neighboring village. It was not many miles off, but the snow was so thick that there were no roads or walls or hedges left to guide him, and very soon he lost his way altogether, and was glad to get shelter from the wind behind a thick juniper tree. Here he resolved to spend the night, thinking that when the sun rose he would be able to see his path again. So he tucked his legs snugly under him like a hedgehog, rolled himself up in his sheepskin, and went to sleep. How long he slept I cannot tell you, but after a while he became aware that someone was gently shaking him, while a stranger whispered, "My good man, get up. If you lie there any more, you will be buried in the snow, and no one will ever know what became of you." The sleeper slowly raised his head from his furs and opened his heavy eyes. Near him stood a long, thin man, holding in his hand a young fir tree taller than himself. "Come with me," said the man. "A little way off we have made a large fire. and you will rest far better there than out upon this moor." The sleeper did not wait to be asked twice, but rose at once and followed the stranger. The snow was falling so fast that he could not see 3 steps in front of him, till the stranger waved his staff, when the drifts parted before them. Very soon they reached a wood and saw the friendly glow of a fire. "What is your name?" asked the stranger, suddenly turning around. "I am called Hans, the son of Long Hans," said the peasant. In front of the fire 3 men were sitting clothed in white, just as if it was summer, and for about 30 feet all around winter had been banished. The moss was dry and the plants green, while the grass seemed all alive with the hum of bees and cockchafers. But above the noise the son of Long Hans could hear the whistling of the wind and the crackling of the branches as they fell beneath the weight of the snow.
"Well, you son of Long Hans, isn't this more comfortable than your juniper bush?"
laughed the stranger, and for answer Hans replied he could not thank his friend enough for having brought him here, and throwing off his sheepskin, rolled it up as a pillow. Then, after a hot drink which warmed both their hearts, they lay down on the ground. The stranger talked for a little to the other men in a language Hans did not understand, and after listening for a short time, he once more fell asleep. When he woke, neither wood nor fire was to be seen, and he did not know where he was. He rubbed his eyes and began to recall the events of the night, thinking he must have been dreaming, but for all that, he could not make out how he came to be in this place. Suddenly a loud noise struck on his ear, and he felt the earth tremble beneath his feet. Hans listened for a moment, then resolved to go towards the place where the sound came from, hoping he might come across some human being. He found himself at length at the mouth of a rocky cave, in which a fire seemed burning. He entered and saw a huge forge, and a crowd of men in front of it, blowing bellows and wielding hammers, and to each anvil were 7 men, and a set of more comical smiths could not be found if you searched all the world through. Their heads were bigger than their little bodies, and their hammers twice the size of themselves, but the strongest men on earth could not have handled their iron clubs more stoutly or given lustier blows. The little blacksmiths were clad in leather aprons, which covered them from their necks to their feet in front and left their backs naked. On a high stool against the wall sat the man with the pinewood staff, watching sharply the way the little fellows did their work, and near him stood a large can, from which every now and then the workers would come and take a drink. The master no longer wore the white garments of the day before, but a black jerkin, held in its place by a leathern girdle with huge clasps. From time to time he would give his workmen a sign with his staff, for it was useless to speak amidst such a noise. If any of them had noticed that there was a stranger present, they took no heed of him, but went on with what they were doing. After some hours' hard labor came the time for rest, and they all flung their hammers to the ground and trooped out of the cave. Then the master got down from his seat and said to Hans,
"I saw you come in, but the work was pressing, and I could not stop to speak to you. Today you must be my guest, and I will show you something of the way in which I live. Wait here for a moment while I lay aside these dirty clothes."
With these words, he unlocked a door in the cave and bade Hans pass in before him. Oh, what riches and treasures met Hans' astonished eyes! Gold and silver bars lay piled on the floor and glittered so that you could not look at them. Hans thought that he would count them for fun, and had already reached the 570th when his host returned and cried, laughing,
"Do not try to count them. It would take too long. Choose some of the bars from the heap, as I would like to make you a present of them."
Hans did not wait to be asked twice, and stooped to pick up a bar of gold. But though he put forth all his strength, he could not even move it with both hands, still less lift it off the ground.
"Why, you have no more power than a flea," laughed the host. "You will have to content yourself with feasting your eyes upon them."
So he bade Hans follow him through other rooms, till they entered one bigger than a church, filled like the rest with gold and silver. Hans wondered to see these vast riches, which might have bought all the kingdoms of the world, and lay buried, useless, he thought, to anyone.
"What is the reason," he asked of his guide, that you gather up these treasures here, where they can do good to nobody. If they fell into the hands of men, everyone would be rich, and none need work or suffer hunger." "And it is exactly for that reason," answered he, "that I must keep these riches out of their way. The whole world would sink to idleness if men were not forced to earn their daily bread. It is only through work and care that man can ever hope to be good for anything."
Hans stared at these words, and at last he begged that his host would tell him what use it was to anybody that this gold and silver should lie mouldering there, and the owner of it be continually trying to increase his treasure, which already overflowed his storerooms.
"I'm not really a man," replied his guide, "though I have the outward form of one, but one of those beings to whom is given the care of the world. It is my task, and that of my workmen, to prepare under the earth the gold and silver, a small portion of which finds its way every year to the upper world, but only just enough to help them carry on their business. To none comes wealth without trouble. We must first dig out the gold, and mix the grains with earth, clay, and sand. Then, after long and hard seeking, it will be found in this state, by those who have good luck or much patience. But, my friend, the hour of dinner is at hand. If you wish to remain in this place, and feast your eyes on this gold, then stay till I call you."
In his absence, Hans wandered from one treasure chamber to another, sometimes trying to break off a lump of gold, but never able to do it. After a while, his host came back, but so changed that Hans could not believe it was really he. His silken clothes were of the brightest flame color, richly trimmed with gold fringes and lace. A golden girdle was around his waist, while his head was encircled with a crown of gold, and precious stones twinkled about him like stars in a winter's night. And in place of his wooden stick, he held a finely worked golden staff. The lord of all this treasure locked the doors and put the keys in his pocket, then led Hans into another room where dinner was laid for them. Table and seats were all of silver, while the dishes and plates were of solid gold. Directly they sat down, a dozen little servants appeared to wait on them, which they did so cleverly and so quickly that Hans could hardly believe they had no wings. As they did not reach as high as the table, they were often obliged to jump and hop right on the top to get at the dishes. Everything was new to Hans, and though he was rather bewildered, he enjoyed himself very much, especially when the man with the golden crown began to tell him many things he had never heard of before.
"Between Christmas and the New Year," said he, "I often amuse myself by wandering about the earth, watching the doings of men, and learning something about them. But as far as I have seen and heard, I cannot speak well of them. The greater part of them are always quarrelling and complaining of each other's faults, while nobody thinks of his own."
Hans tried to deny the truth of these words, but he could not do it, and sat silent, hardly listening to what his friend was saying. Then he went to sleep in his chair, and knew nothing of what was happening. Wonderful dreams came to him during his sleep, where the bars of gold continually hovered before his eyes. He felt stronger than he had ever felt during his waking moments, and lifted 2 bars quite easily onto his back. He did this so often that at length his strength seemed exhausted, and he sank almost breathless on the ground. Then he heard the sound of cheerful voices, and the song of the blacksmiths, as they blew their bellows. He even felt as if he saw the sparks flashing before his eyes. Stretching himself, he awoke slowly, and here he was in the green forest, and instead of the glow of the fire in the underworld, the sun was streaming on him, and he sat up, wondering why he felt so strange. At length his memory came back to him, and as he called to mind all the wonderful things he had seen, he tried in vain to make them agree with those that happen every day. After thinking it over till he was nearly mad, he tried at last to believe that one night, between Christmas and the New Year, he had met a stranger in the forest, and had slept all night in his company before a big fire. The next day they had dined together, and had drunk a great deal more than was good for them. In short, he had spent 2 whole days revelling with another man. But here, with the full tide of summer around him, he could hardly accept his own explanation, and felt that he must have been the playing or sport of some magician. Near him, in the full sunlight, were the traces of a dead fire, and when he drew close to it, he saw that what he had taken for ashes was really fine silver dust, and that the half-burnt firewood was made of gold. Oh, how lucky, Hans thought himself. But where should he get a sack to carry his treasure home before anyone else found it? But necessity is the mother of invention. Hans threw off his fur coat, gathered up the silver ashes so carefully in it that none remained behind, laid the gold sticks on top, and tied up the bag, thus made with his girdle, so that nothing should fall out. The load was not, in point of fact, very heavy, although it seemed so to his imagination, and he moved slowly along till he found a safe hiding place for it. In this way, Hans suddenly became rich enough to buy a property of his own. But being a prudent man, he finally decided that it would be best for him to leave his old neighborhood and look for a home in a distant part of the country where nobody knew anything about him. It did not take him long to find what he wanted, and after he had paid for it, there was plenty of money left over. When he was settled, he married a pretty girl who lived nearby and had some children, to whom on his deathbed he told the story of the Lord of the Underworld and how he had made Hans rich. End of The Underground Workers. Recording by Debbie Reynolds.
Chapter 21 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Karen Howard. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The History of Dwarf Longnose. It is a great mistake to think that fairies, witches, magicians, and such people lived only in eastern countries, and in such times as those of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid. Fairies and their like belong to every country and every age, and no doubt we should see plenty of them now, if we only knew how. In a large town in Germany there lived, some couple of 100 years ago, a cobbler and his wife. They were poor and hard-working. The man sat all day in a little stall at the street corner, and mended any shoes that were brought him. His wife sold the fruit and vegetables they grew in their garden in the market-place, and as she was always neat and clean, and her goods were temptingly spread out, she had plenty of customers. The couple had one boy called Jem, a handsome, pleasant-faced boy of 12, and tall for his age. He used to sit by his mother in the market, and would carry home what people bought from her, for which they often gave him a pretty flower, or a slice of cake, or even some small coin. One day Jem and his mother sat as usual in the market-place, with plenty of nice herbs and vegetables spread out on the board, and in some smaller baskets early pears, apples, and apricots. Jem cried his wares at the top of his voice. "This way, gentlemen! See these lovely cabbages and these fresh herbs? Early apples, ladies, early pears and apricots, and all cheap. Come, buy, buy!" As he cried, an old woman came across the market-place. She looked very torn and ragged, and had a small, sharp face, all wrinkled, with red eyes, and a thin, hooked nose which nearly met her chin. She leant on a tall stick, and limped and shuffled and stumbled along as if she were going to fall on her nose at any moment. In this fashion she came along till she got to the stall where Jem and his mother were, and there she stopped. "Are you Hannah the herb seller?" she asked in a croaky voice, as her head shook to and fro. "Yes, I am," was the answer. "Can I serve you?" We'll see. Let me look at those herbs. I wonder if you've got what I want," said the old woman, as she thrust a pair of hideous brown hands into the herb basket, and began turning over all the neatly packed herbs with her skinny fingers, often holding them up to her nose and sniffing at them. The cobbler's wife felt much disgusted at seeing her wares treated like this, but she dared not speak. When the old hag had turned over the whole basket, she muttered, bad stuff, much better 50 years ago, all bad." This made Jem very angry. "You are a very rude old woman," he cried out. First you mess all our nice herbs about with your horrid brown fingers, and sniff at them with your long nose till no one else will care to buy them. And then you say it's all bad stuff, though the Duke's cook himself buys all his herbs from us." The old woman looked sharply at the saucy boy, laughed unpleasantly, and said, "So you don't like my long nose, sonny? Well, you shall have one yourself, right down to your chin." As she spoke she shuffled towards the hamper of cabbages, took up one after another, squeezed them hard, and threw them back, muttering again, "Bad stuff, bad stuff." "Don't waggle your head in that horrid way," begged Jem anxiously. "Your neck is as thin as a cabbage stalk, and it might easily break, and your head fall into the basket, and then who would buy anything?" "Don't you like thin necks?" laughed the old woman. "Then you shan't have any, but a head stuck close between your shoulders, so that it may be quite sure not to fall off." "Don't talk such nonsense to the child," said the mother at last. "If you wish to buy, please make haste, as you are keeping other customers away." "Very well, I will do as you ask," said the old woman, with an angry look. "I will buy these 6 cabbages, but as you see, I can only walk with my stick, and can carry nothing. Let your boy carry them home for me, and I'll pay him for his trouble." The little fellow didn't like this, and began to cry, for he was afraid of the old woman, but his mother ordered him to go, for she thought it wrong not to help such a weakly old creature. So, still crying, he gathered the cabbages into a basket and followed the old woman across the market-place. It took her more than half an hour to get to a distant part of the little town, but at last she stopped in front of a small tumble-down house. She drew a rusty old hook from her pocket and stuck it into a little hole in the door, which suddenly flew open. How surprised Jem was when they went in! The house was splendidly furnished, the walls and ceiling of marble, the furniture of ebony inlaid with gold and precious stones, the floor of such smooth, slippery glass that the little fellow tumbled down more than once. The old woman took out a silver whistle and blew it till the sound rang through the house. Immediately a lot of guinea pigs came running down the stairs, but Jem thought it rather odd that they all walked on their hind legs, wore nutshells for shoes, and men's clothes, whilst even their hats were put on in the newest fashion. "Where are my slippers, lazy crew?" cried the old woman, and hit about with her stick. "How long am I to stand waiting here?" They rushed upstairs and returned with a pair of coconuts lined with leather, which she put on her feet. Now all limping and shuffling was at an end. She threw away her stick and walked briskly across the glass floor, drawing little Jem after her. At last she paused in a room which looked almost like a kitchen, it was so full of pots and pans, but the tables were of mahogany, and the sofas and chairs covered with the richest stuffs. "Sit down," said the old woman pleasantly, and she pushed Jem into a corner of a sofa and put a table close in front of him. "Sit down. You've had a long walk and a heavy load to carry, and I must give you something for your trouble. Wait a bit, and I'll give you some nice soup, which you'll remember as long as you live." So saying, she whistled again. First came in guinea pigs in men's clothing. They had tied on large kitchen aprons, and in their belts were stuck carving knives and sauce ladles and such things. After them hopped in a number of squirrels. They too walked on their hind legs, wore full Turkish trousers, and little green velvet caps on their heads. They seemed to be the scullions, for they clambered up the walls and brought down pots and pans, eggs, flour, butter, and herbs, which they carried to the stove. Here the old woman was bustling about, and Jem could see that she was cooking something very special for him. At last the broth began to bubble and boil, and she drew off the saucepan and poured its contents into a silver bowl, which she set before Jem. "There, my boy," said she, "eat this soup, and then you'll have everything which pleased you so much about me. And you shall be a clever cook too, but the real herb, no, the real herb, you'll never find. Why had your mother not got it in her basket?" The child could not think what she was talking about, but he quite understood the soup, which tasted most delicious. His mother had often given him nice things, but nothing had ever seemed so good as this. The smell of the herbs and spices rose from the bowl, and the soup tasted both sweet and sharp at the same time, and was very strong. As he was finishing it, the guinea pigs lit some Arabian incense, which gradually filled the room with clouds of blue vapour. They grew thicker and thicker, and the scent nearly overpowered the boy. He reminded himself that he must get back to his mother, but whenever he tried to rouse himself to go, he sank back again drowsily, and at last he fell sound asleep in the corner of the sofa. Strange dreams came to him. He thought the old woman took off all his clothes and wrapped him up in a squirrel skin, and that he went about with the other squirrels and guinea pigs, who were all very pleasant and well-mannered, and waited on the old woman. First he learned to clean her coconut shoes with oil and to rub them up. Then he learnt to catch the little sun moths and rub them through the finest sieves, and the flour from them he made into soft bread for the toothless old woman. In this way he passed from one kind of service to another, spending a year in each, till in the 4th year he was promoted to the kitchen. Here he worked his way up from under scullion to head pastry cook, and reached the greatest perfection. He could make all the most difficult dishes, and 200 different kinds of patties, soup flavoured with every sort of herb. He had learnt it all, and learnt it well and quickly. When he had lived 7 years with the old woman, she ordered him one day, as she was going out, to kill and pluck a chicken, stuff it with herbs, and have it very nicely roasted by the time she got back. He did this quite according to rule. He wrung the chicken's neck, plunged it into boiling water, carefully plucked out all the feathers, and rubbed the skin nice and smooth. Then he went to fetch the herbs to stuff it with. In the storeroom he noticed a half-opened cupboard, which he did not remember having seen before. He peeped in and saw a lot of baskets from which came a strong and pleasant smell. He opened one and found a very uncommon herb in it. The stems and leaves were a bluish green, and above them was a little flower of deep bright red, edged with yellow. He gazed at the flower, smelt it, and found it gave the same strong, strange perfume which came from the soup the old woman had made him. But the smell was so sharp that he began to sneeze again, and at last he woke up. There he lay on the old woman's sofa, and stared about him in surprise. "Well, what odd dreams one does have, to be sure," he said to himself. "Why, I could have sworn I had been a squirrel, a companion of guinea pigs and such creatures, and had become a great cook too. How mother will laugh when I tell her! But won't she scold me, though, for sleeping away here in a strange house instead of helping her at market?" He jumped up and prepared to go. All his limbs still seemed quite stiff with his long sleep, especially his neck, for he could not move his head easily, and he laughed at his own stupidity at being still so drowsy that he kept knocking his nose against the wall or cupboards. The squirrel and guinea pigs ran whimpering after him, as though they would like to go too, and he begged them to come when he reached the door, but they all turned and ran quickly back into the house again. The part of the town was out of the way, and Jem did not know the many narrow streets in it, and was puzzled by their windings and by the crowd of people who seemed excited about some show. From what he heard he fancied they were going to see a dwarf, for he heard them call out, "Just look at the ugly dwarf! What a long nose he has, and see how his head is stuck in between his shoulders, and only look at his ugly brown hands." If he had not been in such a hurry to get back to his mother, he would have gone too, for he loved shows with giants and dwarfs and the like. He was quite puzzled when he reached the market-place. There sat his mother, with a good deal of fruit still in her baskets, so he felt he could not have slept so very long. But it struck him that she was sad, for she did not call to the passers-by, but sat with her head resting on her hand, and as he came nearer he thought she looked paler than usual. He hesitated what to do, but at last he slipped behind her, laid a hand on her arm, and said, "Mammy, what's the matter? Are you angry with me?" She turned round quickly and jumped up with a cry of horror. "What do you want, you hideous dwarf?" she cried. "Get away! I can't bear such tricks." "But, mother dear, what's the matter with you?" repeated Jem, quite frightened. "You can't be well. Why do you want to drive your son away?" "I have said already, get away," replied Hannah quite angrily. "You won't get anything out of me by your games, you monstrosity." Oh dear, she must be wandering in her mind," murmured the lad to himself. "How can I manage to get her home? Dearest mother, do look at me close. Can't you see I am your own son Jem?" "Well, did you ever hear such impudence?" asked Hannah, turning to a neighbour. "Just see that frightful dwarf. Would you believe that he wants me to think he is my son Jem?" Then all the market women came round and talked all together and scolded as hard as they could, and said what a shame it was to make game of Mrs. Hannah, who had never got over the loss of her beautiful boy, who had been stolen from her 7 years ago, and they threatened to fall upon Jem and scratch him well if he did not go away at once. Poor Jem did not know what to make of it all. He was sure he had gone to market with his mother only that morning, had helped to set out the stall, had gone to the old woman's house, where he had some soup and a little nap, and now when he came back they were all talking of 7 years, and they called him a horrid dwarf. Why, what had happened to him? When he found that his mother would really have nothing to do with him, he turned away with tears in his eyes, and went sadly down the street towards his father's stall. "Now I'll see whether he will know me," thought he. "I'll stand by the door and talk to him." When he got to the stall he stood in the doorway and looked in. The cobbler was so busy at work that he did not see him for some time, but happening to look up he caught sight of his visitor, and letting shoes, thread, and everything fall to the ground, he cried with horror, "Good heavens! What is that?" "Good evening, master," said the boy as he stepped in. "How do you do?" "Very ill, little sir," replied the father, to Jem's surprise, for he did not seem to know him. "Business does not go well. I am all alone, and am getting old, and a workman is costly." "But haven't you a son who could learn your trade by degrees?" asked Jem. "I had one. He was called Jem, and would have been a tall, sturdy lad of 20 by this time, and able to help me well. Why, when he was only 12 he was quite sharp and quick, and had learnt many little things, and a good-looking boy too, and pleasant, so that customers were taken by him. Well, well, so goes the world." "But where is your son?" asked Jem, with a trembling voice. "Heaven only knows," replied the man. 7 years ago he was stolen from the market-place, and we have heard no more of him." "7 years ago!" cried Jem with horror. "Yes, indeed, 7 years ago, though it seems but yesterday that my wife came back howling and crying, and saying the child had not come back all day. I always thought and said that something of the kind would happen. Jem was a beautiful boy, and everyone made much of him, and my wife was so proud of him, and liked him to carry the vegetables and things to grand folks' houses, where he was petted and made much of. But I used to say, 'Take care. The town is large, and there are plenty of bad people in it. Keep a sharp eye on Jem.' And so it happened, for one day an old woman came and bought a lot of things, more than she could carry, so my wife, being a kindly soul, lent her the boy, and we have never seen him since." "And that was 7 years ago, you say?" "Yes, 7 years. We had him cried, we went from house to house. Many knew the pretty boy, and were fond of him, but it was all in vain. No one seemed to know the old woman who bought the vegetables either. Only one old woman, who is 90 years old, said it might have been the fairy Herbaline, who came into the town once in every 50 years to buy things. As his father spoke, things grew clearer to Jem's mind, and he saw now that he had not been dreaming, but had really served the old woman 7 years in the shape of a squirrel. As he thought it over, rage filled his heart. 7 years of his youth had been stolen from him, and what had he got in return? To learn to rub up coconuts, and to polish glass floors, and to be taught cooking by guinea pigs? He stood there thinking, till at last his father asked him, "Is there anything I can do for you, young gentleman? Shall I make you a pair of slippers? Or perhaps," with a smile, "a case for your nose?" "What have you to do with my nose?" asked Jem, "and why should I want a case for it?" "Well, everyone to his taste," replied the cobbler, "but I must say, if I had such a nose, I would have a nice red leather cover made for it. Here is a nice piece, and think what a protection it would be to you. As it is, you must be constantly knocking up against things." The lad was dumb with fright. He felt his nose. It was thick and quite 2 hands long. So then the old woman had changed his shape, and that was why his own mother did not know him, and called him a horrid dwarf. "Master," said he, "have you got a glass that I could see myself in?" "Young gentleman," was the answer, "your appearance is hardly one to be vain of, and there is no need to waste your time looking in a glass. Besides, I have none here, and if you must have one, you had better ask Urban the barber, who lives over the way, to lend you his. Good morning." So saying, he gently pushed Jem into the street, shut the door, and went back to his work. Jem stepped across to the barber, whom he had known in old days. "Good morning, Urban," said he. "May I look at myself in your glass for a moment?" "With pleasure," said the barber, laughing, and all the people in his shop fell to laughing also. "You are a pretty youth, with your swan-like neck, and white hands, and small nose. No wonder you are rather vain, but look as long as you like it yourself." So spoke the barber, and a titter ran round the room. Meantime Jem had stepped up to the mirror, and stood gazing sadly at his reflection. Tears came to his eyes. "No wonder you did not know your child again, dear mother," thought he. "He wasn't like this when you were so proud of his looks." His eyes had grown quite small, like pig's eyes. His nose was huge and hung down over his mouth and chin. His throat seemed to have disappeared altogether, and his head was fixed stiffly between his shoulders. He was no taller than he had been 7 years ago, when he was not much more than 12 years old, but he made up in breadth, and his back and chest had grown into lumps like 2 great sacks. His legs were small and spindly, but his arms were as large as those of a well-grown man, with large brown hands and long skinny fingers. Then he remembered the morning when he had first seen the old woman, and her threats to him, and without saying a word he left the barber's shop. He determined to go again to his mother, and found her still in the market-place. He begged her to listen quietly to him, and he reminded her of the day when he went away with the old woman, and of many things in his childhood, and told her how the fairy had bewitched him, and he had served her 7 years. Hannah did not know what to think. The story was so strange, and it seemed impossible to think her pretty boy and this hideous dwarf were the same. At last she decided to go and talk to her husband about it. She gathered up her baskets, told Jem to follow her, and went straight to the cobbler's stall. "Look here," said she, "this creature says he is our lost son. He has been telling me how he was stolen 7 years ago, and bewitched by a fairy." "Indeed!" interrupted the cobbler angrily. "Did he tell you this? Wait a minute, you rascal. Why, I told him all about it myself only an hour ago, and he goes off to humbug you. So you were bewitched, my son, were you? Wait a bit, and I'll bewitch you." So saying, he caught up a bundle of straps and hit out at Jem so hard that he ran off crying. The poor little dwarf roamed about all the rest of the day without food or drink, and at night he was glad to lie down and sleep on the steps of a church. He woke next morning with the first rays of light, and began to think what he could do to earn a living. Suddenly he remembered that he was an excellent cook, and he determined to look out for a place. As soon as it was quite daylight, he set out for the palace, for he knew that the Grand Duke who reigned over the country was fond of good things. When he reached the palace, all the servants crowded about him and made fun of him, and at last their shouts and laughter grew so loud that the head steward rushed out crying, "For goodness' sake, be quiet, can't you? Don't you know His Highness is still asleep?" Some of the servants ran off at once, and others pointed out Jem. Indeed, the steward found it hard to keep himself from laughing at the comic sight, but he ordered the servants off and led the dwarf into his own room. When he heard him ask for a place as a cook, he said, "You make some mistake, my lad. I think you want to be the Grand Duke's dwarf, don't you?" "No, sir," replied Jem. "I am an experienced cook, and if you will kindly take me to the head cook, he may find me of some use." "Well, as you will, but believe me, you would have an easier place as the Grand Ducal dwarf." So saying, the head steward led him to the head cook's room. "Sir," asked Jem, as he bowed till his nose nearly touched the floor, "do you want an experienced cook?" The head cook looked him over from head to foot and burst out laughing. "You, a cook! Do you suppose our cooking stoves are so low that you can look into any saucepan on them? Oh, my dear little fellow, whoever sent you to me wanted to make fun of you." But the dwarf was not to be put off. "What matters an extra egg or two, or a little butter or flour and spice more or less in such a house as this?" said he. "Name any dish you wish to have cooked, and give me the materials I ask for, and you shall see." He said much more, and at last persuaded the head cook to give him a trial. They went into the kitchen, a huge place with at least 20 fireplaces always alight. A little stream of clear water ran through the room, and live fish were kept at one end of it. Everything in the kitchen was of the best and most beautiful kind, and swarms of cooks and scullions were busy preparing dishes. When the head cook came in with Jem, everyone stood quite still. "What has His Highness ordered for luncheon?" asked the head cook. "Sir, His Highness has graciously ordered a Danish soup and red Hamburg dumplings." "Good," said the head cook. "Have you heard, and do you feel equal to making these dishes? Not that you will be able to make the dumplings, for they are a secret receipt." "Is that all?" said Jem, who had often made both dishes. "Nothing easier. Let me have some eggs, a piece of wild boar, and such roots and herbs for the soup. And as for the dumplings," he added in a low voice to the head cook, "I shall want 4 different kinds of meat, some wine, a duck's marrow, some ginger, and an herb called heelwell." "Why," cried the astonished cook, "where did you learn cooking?" "Yes, those are the exact materials, but we never use the herb heelwell, which I am sure must be an improvement." And now Jem was allowed to try his hand. He could not nearly reach up to the kitchen range, but by putting a wide plank on 2 chairs he managed very well. All the cooks stood round to look on, and could not help admiring the quick, clever way in which he set to work. At last, when all was ready, Jem ordered the 2 dishes to be put on the fire till he gave the word. Then he began to count 1, 2, 3, till he got to 500, when he cried, "Now!" The saucepans were taken off, and he invited the head cook to taste. The first cook took a golden spoon, washed and wiped it, and handed it to the head cook, who solemnly approached, tasted the dishes, and smacked his lips over them. "First rate indeed!" he exclaimed. "You certainly are a master of the art, little fellow, and the herb heal well gives a particular relish." As he was speaking, the Duke's valet came to say that His Highness was ready for luncheon, and it was served at once in silver dishes. The head cook took Jem to his own room, but had hardly had time to question him before he was ordered to go at once to the Grand Duke. He hurried on his best clothes and followed the messenger. The Grand Duke was looking much pleased. He had emptied the dishes and was wiping his mouth as the head cook came in. "Who cooked my luncheon today?" asked he. "I must say your dumplings are always very good, but I don't think I ever tasted anything so delicious as they were today. Who made them?" "It is a strange story, your Highness," said the cook, and told him the whole matter, which surprised the Duke so much that he sent for the dwarf and asked him many questions. Of course Jem could not say he had been turned into a squirrel, but he said he was without parents and had been taught cooking by an old woman. "If you will stay with me," said the Grand Duke, "you shall have 50 ducats a year, besides a new coat and a couple of pairs of trousers. You must undertake to cook my luncheon yourself, and to direct what I shall have for dinner, and you shall be called assistant head cook." Jem bowed to the ground and promised to obey his new master in all things. He lost no time in setting to work, and everyone rejoiced at having him in the kitchen, for the Duke was not a patient man, and had been known to throw plates and dishes at his cooks and servants if the things served were not quite to his taste. Now all was changed. He never even grumbled at anything, had 5 meals instead of 3, thought everything delicious, and grew fatter daily. And so Jem lived on for 2 years, much respected and considered, and only saddened when he thought of his parents. One day passed much like another, till the following incident happened. Dwarf Longnose, as he was always called, made a practice of doing his marketing as much as possible himself, and whenever time allowed went to the market to buy his poultry and fruit. One morning he was in the goose market, looking for some nice fat geese. No one thought of laughing at his appearance now. He was known as the Duke's special body cook, and every goose woman felt honoured if his nose turned her way. He noticed one woman sitting apart with a number of geese, but not crying or praising them like the rest. He went up to her, felt and weighed her geese, and finding them very good, bought 3 and the cage to put them in, hoisted them on his broad shoulders, and set off on his way back. As he went, it struck him that 2 of the geese were gobbling and screaming as geese do, but the third sat quite still, only heaving a deep sigh now and then, like a human being. "That goose is ill," said he. "I must make haste to kill and dress her." But the goose answered him quite distinctly, "Squeeze too tight, and I'll bite. If my neck a twist you gave, I'd bring you to an early grave." Quite frightened, the dwarf set down the cage, and the goose gazed at him with sad, wise-looking eyes, and sighed again. "Good gracious," said Longnose, "so you can speak, Mistress Goose. I never should have thought it. Well, don't be anxious. I know better than to hurt so rare a bird. But I could bet you were not always in this plumage. Wasn't I a squirrel myself for a time?" "You are right," said the goose, "in supposing I was not born in this horrid shape. Ah, no one ever thought that Mimi, the daughter of the great Weatherbold, would be killed for the ducal table." "Be quite easy, Mistress Mimi," comforted Jem. "As sure as I'm an honest man and assistant head cook to His Highness, no one shall harm you. I will make a hutch for you in my own rooms, and you shall be well fed, and I'll come and talk to you as much as I can. I'll tell all the other cooks that I am fattening up a goose on very special food for the Grand Duke, and at the first opportunity I will set you free." The goose thanked him with tears in her eyes, and the dwarf kept his word. He killed the other 2 geese for dinner, but built a little shed for Mimi in one of his rooms, under the pretence of fattening her under his own eye. He spent all his spare time talking to her and comforting her, and fed her on all the daintiest dishes. They confided their histories to each other, and Jem learnt that the goose was the daughter of the wizard Weatherbold, who lived on the island of Gothland. He fell out with an old fairy, who got the better of him by cunning and treachery, and to revenge herself turned his daughter into a goose, and carried her off to this distant place. When Longnose told her his story, she said, "I know a little of these matters, and what you say shows me that you are under an herb enchantment. That is to say, that if you can find the herb whose smell woke you up, the spell would be broken." This was but small comfort for Jem, for how and where was he to find the herb? About this time the Grand Duke had a visit from a neighbouring prince, a friend of his. He sent for Longnose and said to him, "Now is the time to show what you can really do. This prince who is staying with me has better dinners than anyone except myself, and is a great judge of cooking. As long as he is here, you must take care that my table shall be served in a manner to surprise him constantly. At the same time, on pain of my displeasure, take care that no dish shall appear twice. Get everything you wish and spare nothing. If you want to melt down gold and precious stones, do so. I would rather be a poor man than have to blush before him." The dwarf bowed and answered, "Your highness shall be obeyed. I will do all in my power to please you and the prince." From this time the little cook was hardly seen except in the kitchen, where, surrounded by his helpers, he gave orders, baked, stewed, flavoured, and dished up all manner of dishes. The prince had been a fortnight with the Grand Duke, and enjoyed himself mightily. They ate 5 times a day, and the Duke had every reason to be content with the dwarf's talents, for he saw how pleased his guest looked. On the 15th day the Duke sent for the dwarf and presented him to the prince. "You are a wonderful cook," said the prince, "and you certainly know what is good. All the time I have been here you have never repeated a dish, and all were excellent. But tell me why you have never served the queen of all dishes, a suzerain pasty." The dwarf felt frightened, for he had never heard of this queen of pasties before, but he did not lose his presence of mind, and replied, "I have waited, hoping that your highness's visit here would last some time, for I propose to celebrate the last day of your stay with this truly royal dish." "Indeed," laughed the Grand Duke, "then I suppose you would have waited for the day of my death to treat me to it, for you have never sent it up to me yet. However, you will have to invent some other farewell dish, for the pasty must be on my table tomorrow." "As your highness pleases," said the dwarf, and took leave. But it did not please him at all. The moment of disgrace seemed at hand, for he had no idea how to make this pasty. He went to his rooms very sad. As he sat there lost in thought, the goose Mimi, who was left free to walk about, came up to him and asked what was the matter. When she heard, she said, "Cheer up, my friend. I know the dish quite well. We often had it at home, and I can guess pretty well how it was made." Then she told him what to put in, adding, "I think that will be all right, and if some trifle is left out, perhaps they won't find it out." Sure enough, next day a magnificent pasty, all wreathed round with flowers, was placed on the table. Jem himself put on his best clothes and went into the dining hall. As he entered, the head carver was in the act of cutting up the pie and helping the Duke and his guests. The Grand Duke took a large mouthful and threw up his eyes as he swallowed it. "Oh, oh! This may well be called the Queen of Pasties, and at the same time my dwarf must be called the King of Cooks. Don't you think so, dear friend?" The prince took several small pieces, tasted and examined carefully, and then said with a mysterious and sarcastic smile, "The dish is very nicely made, but the suzerain is not quite complete, as I expected." The Grand Duke flew into a rage. "Dog of a cook!" he shouted. "How dare you serve me so? I've a good mind to chop off your great head as a punishment." "For mercy's sake, don't, your highness. I made the pasty according to the best rules. Nothing has been left out. Ask the prince what else I should have put in." The prince laughed. "I was sure you could not make the dish as well as my cook, friend Longnose. Know, then, that an herb is wanting called relish, which is not known in this country, but which gives the pasty its peculiar flavour, and without which your master will never taste it to perfection." The Grand Duke was more furious than ever. "But I will taste it to perfection," he roared. "Either the pastry must be made properly tomorrow, or this rascal's head shall come off. Go, scoundrel, I give you 24 hours' respite." The poor dwarf hurried back to his room and poured out his grief to the goose. "Oh, is that all?" said she. "Then I can help you, for my father taught me to know all plants and herbs. Luckily this is a new moon just now, for the herb only springs up at such times. But tell me, are there chestnut trees near the palace?" "Oh, yes," cried Longnose, much relieved. "Near the lake, only a couple of yards from the palace, is a large clump of them. But why do you ask?" "Because the herb only grows near the roots of chestnut trees," replied Mimi. "So let us lose no time in finding it. Take me under your arm and put me down out of doors, and I'll hunt for it." He did as she bade, and as soon as they were in the garden put her on the ground, when she waddled off as fast as she could towards the lake, Jem hurrying after her with an anxious heart, for he knew that his life depended on her success. The goose hunted everywhere, but in vain. She searched under each chestnut tree, turning every blade of grass with her bill. Nothing to be seen, and evening was drawing on. Suddenly the dwarf noticed a big old tree standing alone on the other side of the lake. "Look," cried he, "let us try our luck there." The goose fluttered and skipped in front, and he ran after as fast as his little legs could carry him. The tree cast a wide shadow, and it was almost dark beneath it, but suddenly the goose stood still, flapped her wings with joy, and plucked something, which she held out to her astonished friends, saying, "There it is, and there is more growing here, so you will have no lack of it." The dwarf stood gazing at the plant. It gave out a strong, sweet scent, which reminded him of the day of his enchantment. The stems and leaves were a bluish green, and it bore a dark, bright red flower with a yellow edge. "What a wonder!" cried Longnose. "I do believe this is the very herb which changed me from a squirrel into my present miserable form. Shall I try an experiment?" "Not yet," said the goose. "Take a good handful of the herb with you, and let us go to your rooms. We will collect all your money and clothes together, and then we will test the powers of the herb." So they went back to Jem's rooms, and here he gathered together some 50 ducats he had saved, his clothes and shoes, and tied them all up in a bundle. Then he plunged his face into the bunch of herbs and drew in their perfume. As he did so, all his limbs began to crack and stretch. He felt his head rising above his shoulders. He glanced down at his nose and saw it grow smaller and smaller. His chest and back grew flat, and his legs grew long. The goose looked on in amazement. "Oh, how big and how beautiful you are!" she cried. "Thank heaven, you are quite changed." Jem folded his hands in thanks, as his heart swelled with gratitude, but his joy did not make him forget all he owed to his friend Mimi. "I owe you my life and my release," he said, "for without you I should never have regained my natural shape. and indeed would soon have been beheaded. I will now take you back to your father, who will certainly know how to disenchant you." The goose accepted his offer with joy, and they managed to slip out of the palace unnoticed by anyone. They got through the journey without accident, and the wizard soon released his daughter, and loaded Jem with thanks and valuable presents. He lost no time in hastening back to his native town, and his parents were very ready to recognize the handsome, well-made young man as their long-lost son. With the money given him by the wizard he opened a shop, which prospered well, and he lived long and happily. I must not forget to mention that much disturbance was caused in the palace by Jem's sudden disappearance, for when the Grand Duke sent orders next day to behead the dwarf, if he had not found the necessary herbs, the dwarf was not to be found. The prince hinted that the Duke had allowed his cook to escape, and had therefore broken his word. The matter ended in a great war between the two princes, which was known in history as the Herb War. After many battles and much loss of life, a peace was at last concluded, and this peace became known as the Pasty Peace, because at the banquet given in its honour, the prince's cook dished up the Queen of Pasties, the suzeraine, and the Grand Duke declared it to be quite excellent. End of the History of Dwarf Longnose. Recording by Karen Howard, Crofton, Maryland.
Chapter 22 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 22. The Nunda, Eater of People. Once upon a time there lived a sultan who loved his garden dearly, and planted it with trees and flowers and fruits from all parts of the world. He went to see them 3 times every day, first at 7 o'clock when he got up, then at 3, and lastly at 5:30. There was no plant and no vegetable which escaped his eye, but he lingered longest of all before his one date tree. Now the sultan had 7 sons. 6 of them he was proud of, for they were strong and manly, but the youngest he disliked, for he spent all his time among the women of the house. The sultan had talked to him, and he paid no heed, and he had beaten him, and he paid no heed, and he had tied him up, and he paid no heed, till at last his father grew tired of trying to make him change his ways, and let him alone. Time passed, and one day the sultan, to his great joy, saw signs of fruit on his date tree, and he told his vizier, "My date tree is bearing," and he told the officers, "My date tree is bearing," and he told the judges, "My date tree is bearing," and he told all the rich men of the town. He waited patiently for some days till the dates were nearly ripe, and then he called his 6 sons and said, "One of you must watch the date tree till the dates are ripe, for if it is not watched the slaves will steal them, and I shall not have any for another year." And the eldest son answered, "I will go, father," and he went. The first thing the youth did was to summon his slaves, and bid them beat drums all night under the date tree, for he feared to fall asleep. So the slaves beat the drums, and the young man danced till 4 o'clock, and then it grew so cold he could dance no longer, and one of the slaves said to him, "It is getting light. The tree is safe. Lie down, master, and go to sleep." So he lay down and slept, and his slaves slept likewise. A few minutes went by, and a bird flew down from a neighbouring thicket, and ate all the dates, without leaving a single one. And when the tree was stripped bare, the bird went as it had come. Soon after, one of the slaves woke up and looked for the dates, but there were no dates to see. Then he ran to the young man and shook him, saying, "Your father set you to watch the tree, and you have not watched, and the dates have all been eaten by a bird." The lad jumped up and ran to the tree to see for himself, but there was not a date anywhere, and he cried aloud, "What am I to say to my father? Shall I tell him that the dates have been stolen, or that a great rain fell and a great storm blew? But he will send me to gather them up and bring them to him, and there are none to bring." Shall I tell him that Bedouins drove me away, and when I returned there were no dates? And he will answer, you had slaves, did they not fight with the Bedouins? It's the truth that will be best, and that I will tell him. Then he went straight to his father, and found him sitting in his veranda with his 5 sons round him, and the lad bowed his head. Give me the news from the garden, said the Sultan. And the youth answered, the dates have all been eaten by some bird. There is not one left. The Sultan was silent for a moment, and then he asked, where were you when the bird came? The lad answered, I watched the date tree till the cocks were crowing, and it was getting light. Then I lay down for a little, and I slept. When I woke, a slave was standing over me, and he said, there is not one date left on the tree. And I went to the date tree, and saw it was true. And that is what I have to tell you. And the Sultan replied, a son like you is only good for eating and sleeping. I have no use for you. Go your way, and when my date tree bears again, I will send another son. Perhaps he will watch better. So he waited many months, till the tree was covered with more dates than any tree had ever borne before. When they were near ripening, he sent one of his sons to the garden, saying, my son, I am longing to taste those dates. Go and watch over them, for today's sun will bring them to perfection. And the lad answered, my father, I am going now, and tomorrow, when the sun has passed the hour of 7, bid a slave come and gather the dates. Good, said the Sultan. The youth went to the tree and lay down and slept. And about midnight he arose to look at the tree. And the dates were all there, beautiful dates, swinging in bunches. Ah, my father will have a feast indeed, thought he. What a fool my brother was not to take more heed. Now he is in disgrace, and we know him no more. Well, I will watch until the bird comes. I should like to see what manner of bird it is. And he sat and read till the cocks crew, and it grew light, and the dates were still on the tree. Oh, my father will have his dates. They are all safe now, he thought to himself. I will make myself comfortable against this tree. And he leaned against the trunk, and sleep came on him, and the bird flew down and ate all the dates. When the sun rose, the head man came and looked for the dates, and there were no dates. And he woke the young man and said to him, look at the tree. And the young man looked, and there were no dates. And his ears were stopped, and his legs trembled, and his tongue grew heavy at the thought of the Sultan. His slave became frightened as he looked at him, and asked, my master, what is it? He answered, I have no pain anywhere, but I am ill everywhere. My whole body is well, and my whole body is sick. I fear my father, for did I not say to him, tomorrow at 7 you shall taste the dates? And he will drive me away, as he drove away my brother. I will go away myself, before he sends me. Then he got up and took a road that led straight past the palace. But he had not walked many steps before he met a man carrying a large silver dish, covered with a white cloth to cover the dates. And the young man said, the dates are not ripe yet. You must return tomorrow. And the slave went with him to the palace, where the Sultan was sitting with his 4 sons. Good greeting, master, said the youth. And the Sultan answered, have you seen the man I sent? I have, master, but the dates are not yet ripe. But the Sultan did not believe his words, and said, this 2nd year I have eaten no dates because of my sons. Go your ways, you are my son no longer. And the Sultan looked at the 4 sons that were left him, and promised rich gifts to whichever of them would bring him the dates from the tree. But year by year passed, and he never got them. One son tried to keep himself awake with playing cards, another mounted a horse and rode round and round the tree, while the 2 others, whom their father as a last hope sent together, lit bonfires. But whatever they did, the result was always the same. Towards dawn they fell asleep, and the bird ate the dates on the tree. The 6th year had come, and the dates on the tree were thicker than ever. And the head man went to the palace and told the Sultan what he had seen. But the Sultan only shook his head and said sadly, what is that to me? I have had 7 sons, yet for 5 years a bird has devoured my dates, and this year it will be the same as ever. Now the youngest son was sitting in the kitchen, as was his custom, when he heard his father say those words, and he rose up and went to his father and knelt before him. Father, this year you shall eat dates, cried he, and on the tree are 5 great bunches, and each bunch I will give to a separate nation, for the nations in the town are 5. This time I will watch the date tree myself, But his father and his mother laughed heartily, and thought his words idle talk. One day news was brought to the sultan that the dates were ripe, and he ordered one of his men to go and watch the tree. His son, who happened to be standing by, heard the order, and said, "How is it you have bidden a man to watch the tree, when I, your son, am left?" And his father answered, "Our 6 were of no use, and where they failed, will you succeed?" But the boy replied, "Have patience today, and let me go, and tomorrow you shall see whether I bring you dates or not." "Let the child go, master," said his wife. "Perhaps we shall eat the dates, or perhaps we shall not, but let him go." And the sultan answered, "I do not refuse to let him go, but my heart distrusts him. His brothers all promised fair, and what did they do?" But the boy entreated, saying, "Father, if you and I and mother be alive tomorrow, you shall eat the dates." "Go then," said the father. When the boy reached the garden, he told the slaves to leave him, and to return home themselves and sleep. When he was alone, he laid himself down and slept fast till 1 o'clock, when he arose, and sat opposite the date tree. Then he took some Indian corn out of one fold of his dress, and some sandy grit out of another. And he chewed the corn till he felt he was growing sleepy, and then he put some grit into his mouth, and that kept him awake till the bird came. He looked about at first without seeing him, and whispering to itself, "There is no one here," fluttered lightly onto the tree, and stretched out his beak for the dates. Then the boy stole softly up, and caught it by the wing. The bird turned and flew quickly away, but the boy never let go, not even when they soared high in the air. "Son of Adam," the bird said, when the tops of the mountains looked small below them, "if you fall you will be dead long before you reach the ground. So go your way, and let me go mine." But the boy answered, "Wherever you go, I will go with you. You cannot get rid of me." "I did not eat your dates," persisted the bird, "and the day is dawning. Leave me to go my way." But again the boy answered him, "My 6 brothers are hateful to my father because you came and stole the dates, and today my father shall see you, and my brothers shall see you, and all the people of the town, great and small, shall see you, and my father's heart will rejoice." "Well, if you will not leave me, I will throw you off," said the bird. So it flew up higher still, so high that the earth shone like one of the other stars. "How much of you will be left if you fall from here?" asked the bird. "If I die, I die," said the boy, "but I will not leave you." And the bird saw it was no use talking, and went down to the earth again. "Here you are at home, so let me go on my way," it begged once more, "or at least make a covenant with me." "What covenant?" said the boy. "Save me from the sun," replied the bird, "and I will save you from rain." "How can you do that, and how can I tell if I can trust you?" "Pull a feather from my tail and put it in the fire, and if you want me I will come to you wherever I am." And the boy answered, "Well, I agree. Go your way." "Farewell, my friend. When you call me, if it is from the depths of the sea, I will come." The lad watched the bird out of sight, then he went straight to the date tree, and when he saw the dates his heart was glad, and his body felt stronger, and his eyes brighter than before. And he laughed out loud with joy, and said to himself, "This is my luck, mine. Sit in the kitchen. Farewell, date tree, I am going to lie down. What ate you will eat you no more." The sun was high in the sky before the head man, whose business it was, came to look at the date tree, expecting to find it stripped of all its fruit. But when he saw the dates so thick that they almost hid the leaves, he ran back to his house and beat a big drum till everybody came running, and even the little children wanted to know what had happened. "What is it? What is it, headman?" cried they. "Ah, it is not a son that the master has, but a lion. This day Sit in the kitchen has uncovered his face before his father." "But how, headman?" "Today the people may eat the dates." "Is it true, headman?" "Oh yes, it is true. But let him sleep till each man has brought forth a present. He who has fowls, let him take fowls. He who has a goat, let him take a goat. He who has rice, let him take rice." And the people did as he had said. Then they took the drum and went to the tree where the boy lay sleeping, and they picked him up and carried him away, with horns and clarionets and drums, with clappings of hands and shrieks of joy, straight to his father's house. When his father heard the noise and saw the baskets made of green leaves brimming over with dates, and his son borne high on the necks of slaves, his heart leaped, and he said to himself, "Today at last I shall eat dates." And he called his wife to see what her son had done, and ordered his soldiers to take the boy and bring him to his father. "What news, my son?" said he. "News? I have no news, except that if you will open your mouth, you shall see what dates taste like." And he plucked a date and put it into his father's mouth. "Ah, you are indeed my son," cried the sultan. "You do not take after those fools, those good-for-nothings. But tell me, what did you do with the bird? For it was you, and only you, who watched for it." "Yes, it was I who watched for it, and who saw it, and it will not come again, neither for its life, neither for your life, nor for the lives of your children. Oh, once I had 6 sons, and now I have only one. It is you, whom I called a fool, who have given me the dates. As for the others, I want none of them." But his wife rose up and went to him and said, "Master, do not, I pray you, reject them." And she entreated long, till the sultan granted her prayer, for she loved the 6 elder ones more than her last one. So they all lived quietly at home, till the sultan's cat went and caught a calf. And the owner of the calf went and told the sultan, but he answered, "The cat is mine, and the calf mine," and the man dared not complain further. 2 days after, the cat caught a cow, and the sultan was told, "Master, the cat has caught a cow." But he only said, "It was my cow and my cat." And the cat waited a few days, and then it caught a donkey. And they told the sultan, "Master, the cat has caught a donkey." And he said, "My cat and my donkey." Next it was a horse, and after that a camel. And when the sultan was told, he said, "You don't like this cat, and want me to kill it, and I shall not kill it. Let it eat the camel, let it even eat a man." And it waited till the next day, and caught someone's child. And the sultan was told, "The cat has caught a child." And he said, "The cat is mine, and the child mine." Then it caught a grown-up man. After that the cat left the town, and took up its abode in a thicket near the road. So if anyone passed going for water, it devoured him. If it saw a cow going to feed, it devoured him. If it saw a goat, it devoured him. Whatever went along that road, the cat caught and ate. Then the people went to the sultan in a body, and told him of all the misdeeds of that cat. But he answered as before, "The cat is mine, and the people are mine." And no man dared kill the cat, which grew bolder and bolder, and at last came into the town to look for its prey. One day the sultan said to his 6 sons, "I am going into the country to see how the wheat is growing, and you shall come with me." They went on merrily along the road till they came to a thicket, when out sprang the cat and killed 3 of the sons. "The cat! The cat!" shrieked the soldiers who were with him. And this time the sultan said, "Seek for it and kill it. It is no longer a cat but a demon." And the soldiers answered him, "Did we not tell you, master, what the cat was doing? And did you not say, 'My cat and my people'?" And he answered, "True, I said it." Now the youngest son had not gone with the rest, but had stayed at home with his mother. And when he heard that his brothers had been killed by the cat, he said, "Let me go, that it may slay me also." His mother entreated him not to leave her, but he would not listen, and he took his sword and a spear and some rice cakes, and went after the cat, which by this time had run off to a great distance. The lad spent many days hunting the cat, which now bore the name of the Nunda, eater of people. But though he killed many wild animals, he saw no trace of the enemy he was hunting for. There was no beast, however fierce, that he was afraid of, till at last his father and mother begged him to give up the chase after the Nunda. But he answered, "What I have said I cannot take back. If I am to die, then I die, but every day I must go and seek for the Nunda." And again his father offered him what he would, even the crown itself, but the boy would hear nothing, and went on his way. Many times his slaves came and told him, "We have seen footprints, and today we shall behold the Nunda." But the footprints never turned out to be those of the Nunda. They wandered far through deserts and through forests, and at length came to the foot of a great hill, and something in the boy's soul whispered that here was the end of all their seeking, and today they would find the Nunda. But before they began to climb the mountain the boy ordered his slaves to cook some rice, and they rubbed the stick to make fire, and when the fire was kindled they cooked the rice and ate it. Then they began their climb. Suddenly, when they had almost reached the top, a slave who was on in front cried, "Master, master!" and the boy had pushed on to where the slave stood, and the slave said, "Cast your eyes down to the foot of the mountain." And the boy looked, and his soul told him it was the Nunda. And he crept down with his spear in his hand, and then he stopped and gazed below him. "This must be the real Nunda," thought he. "My mother told me its ears were small, and this one's ears are small. She told me it was broad and not long, and this is broad and not long. She told me it had spots like a civet cat, and this one has spots like a civet cat." Then he left the Nunda lying asleep at the foot of the mountain and went back to his slaves. "We will feast today," he said. "Make cakes of batter and bring water." And they ate and drank. And when they had finished he bade them hide the rest of the food in the thicket, that if they slew the Nunda they might return and eat and sleep before going back to the town. And the slaves did as he bade them. It was now afternoon, and the lad said, "It is time we went after the Nunda." And they went till they reached the bottom and came to a great forest which lay between them and the Nunda. Here the lad stopped and ordered every slave that wore 2 cloths to cast one away and tuck up the other between his legs. "For," said he, "the wood is not a little one. Perhaps we may be caught by the thorns, or perhaps we may have to run before the Nunda, and the cloth might bind our legs and cause us to fall before it." And they answered, "Good, master," and did as he bade them. Then they crawled on their hands and knees to where the Nunda lay asleep. Noiselessly they crept along until they were quite close to it. Then, at a sign from the boy, they threw their spears. The Nunda did not stir. The spears had done their work, but a great fear seized them all, and they ran away and climbed the mountain. The sun was setting when they reached the top, and glad they were to take out the fruit and the cakes and the water which they had hidden away, and sit down and rest themselves. And after they had eaten and were filled, they laid down and slept till morning. When the dawn broke, they rose up and cooked more rice and drank more water. After that they walked all round the back of the mountain to the place where they had left the Nunda, and they saw it stretched out where they had found it, stiff and dead. And they took it up and carried it back to the town, singing as they went, "He has killed the Nunda, the eater of people." And when his father heard the news, and that his son was come and was bringing the Nunda with him, he felt that the man did not dwell on the earth whose joy was greater than his. And the people bowed down to the boy and gave him presents and loved him, because he had delivered them from the bondage of fear, and had slain the Nunda. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BDS Empire. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Story of Hassebu. Once upon a time, there lived a poor woman who had only one child, and he was a little boy called Hassebu. When he ceased to be a baby, and his mother thought it was time for him to learn to read, she sent him to school. And after he had done with school, he was put into a shop to learn how to make clothes, and did not learn. And he was put to do silversmith's work, and did not learn. And whatsoever he was taught, he did not learn it. His mother never wished him to do anything he did not like, so she said, "Well, stay at home, my son." And he stayed at home, eating and sleeping. One day the boy said to his mother, "What was my father's business?" "He was a very learned doctor," answered she. "Where, then, are his books?" asked Hassebu. "Many days have passed, and I have thought nothing of them. But look inside and see if they are there. So Hassebu looked, and saw they were eaten by insects, all but one book, which he took away and read. He was sitting at home one morning, poring over the medicine book, when some neighbors came by and said to his mother, "Give us this boy that we may go together to cut wood." For wood cutting was their trade, and they loaded several donkeys with the wood and sold it in the town. And his mother answered, "Very well. Tomorrow I will buy him a donkey, and you can all go together." So the donkey was bought, and the neighbors came, and they worked hard all day. And in the evening they brought the wood back into the town, and sold it for a good sum of money. And for 6 days they went and did the like. But on the 7th it rained, and the woodcutters ran and hid in the rocks, all but Hassebu, who did not mind wetting, and stayed where he was. While he was sitting in the place where the woodcutters had left him, he took up a stone that lay near him and idly dropped it on the ground. It rang with a hollow sound, and he called to his companions and said, "Come here and listen, the ground seems hollow." "Knock again," cried they, and he knocked and listened. "Let us dig," said the boy, and they dug and found a large pit like a well, filled with honey up to the brim. "This is better than firewood," said they. "It will bring us more money. And as you have found it, Hassebu, it is you who must go inside and dip out the honey and give it to us, and we will take it to the town and sell it, and will divide the money with you." The following day each man brought every bowl and vessel he could find at home, and Hassebu filled them all with honey, and this he did every day for 3 months. At the end of that time the honey was very nearly finished, and there was only a little left quite at the bottom, and that was very deep down, so deep that it seemed as if it must be right in the middle of the earth. Seeing this, the men said to Hassebu, "We will put a rope under your arms and let you down, so that you may scrape up all the honey that is left. And when you have done, we will lower the rope again, and you shall make it fast, and we will draw you up." "Very well," answered the boy, and he went down and scraped, till there was not so much honey left as would cover the point of a needle. "Now I am ready," he cried. But they consulted together and said, "Let us leave him there inside the pit, and take his share of the money, and we will tell his mother, 'Your son was caught by a lion and carried off into the forest, and we tried to follow him, but could not.'" Then they arose and went into the town and told his mother as they had agreed, and she wept much, and made her mourning for many months. And when the men were dividing the money, one said, "Let us send a little to our friend's mother." And they sent some to her. And every day one took her rice, and one oil, one took her meat, and one took her cloth every day. It did not take long for Hassebu to find out that his companions had left him to die in the pit, but he had a brave heart, and hoped that he might be able to find a way out for himself. So he at once began to explore the pit, and found it ran back a long way underground. And by night he slept, and by day he took a little of the honey he had gathered, and ate it, and so many days passed by. One morning, while he was sitting on a rock having his breakfast, a large scorpion dropped down at his feet, and he took a stone and killed it, fearing it would sting him. Then suddenly the thought darted into his head, "This scorpion must have come from somewhere. Perhaps there is a hole. I will go and look for it." And he felt all round the walls of the pit till he found a very little hole in the roof of the pit, with a tiny glimmer of light at the far end of it. Then his heart felt glad, and he took out his knife and dug till the little hole became a big one, and he could wriggle himself through. And when he had got outside, he saw a large open space in front of him, and a path leading out of it. He went along the path on and on, till he reached a large house, with a golden door standing open. Inside was a great hall, and in the middle of the hall a throne set with precious stones, and a sofa spread with the softest cushions. And he went in and lay down on it and fell fast asleep, for he had wandered far. By and by there was a sound of people coming through the courtyard, and the measured tramp of soldiers. This was the king of the snakes, coming in state to his palace. They entered the hall, but all stopped in surprise at finding a man lying on the king's own bed. The soldiers wished to kill him at once, but the king said, "Leave him alone, put me on a chair." And the soldiers who were carrying him knelt on the floor, and he slid from their shoulders onto a chair. When he was comfortably seated, he turned to his soldiers and bade them wake the stranger gently. And they woke him, and he sat up and saw many snakes all round him, and one of them very beautiful, decked in royal robes. "Who are you?" asked Hassebu. "I am the king of the snakes," was the reply, "and this is my palace. And you will tell me who you are and where you come from?" "My name is Hassebu, but whence I come I know not, nor whither I go." "Then stay for a little with me," said the king, and he bade his soldiers bring water from the spring and fruits from the forest, and to set them before the guest. For some days Hassebu rested and feasted in the palace of the king of the snakes, and then he began to long for his mother and his own country. So he said to the king of the snakes, "Send me home, I pray." But the king of the snakes answered, "When you go home, you will do me evil." "I will do you no evil," replied Hassebu. "Send me home, I pray." But the king said, "I know it. If I send you home, you will come back and kill me. I dare not do it." But Hassebu begged so hard that at last the king said, "Swear that when you get home, you will not go to bathe where many people are gathered." And Hassebu swore, and the king ordered his soldiers to take Hassebu in sight of his native city. Then he went straight to his mother's house, and the heart of his mother was glad. Now the sultan of the city was very ill, and all the wise men said that the only thing to cure him was the flesh of the king of the snakes, and that the only man who could get it was a man with a strange mark on his chest. So the vizier had set people to watch at the public baths to see if such a man came there. For 3 days Hassebu remembered his promise to the king of the snakes and did not go near the baths. Then came a morning so hot he could hardly breathe, and he forgot all about it. The moment he had slipped off his robe, he was taken before the vizier, who said to him, "Lead us to the place where the king of the snakes lives." "I do not know it," answered he. But the vizier did not believe him, and had him bound and beaten till his back was all torn. Then Hassebu cried, "Loose me, that I may take you." They went together a long, long way, till they reached the palace of the king of the snakes. And Hassebu said to the king, "It was not I. Look at my back, and you will see how they drove me to it." "Who has beaten you like this?" asked the king. "It was the vizier," replied Hassebu. "Then I am already dead," said the king sadly, "but you must carry me there yourself." So Hassebu carried him, and on the way the king said, "When I arrive, I shall be killed, and my flesh will be cooked. But take some of the water that I am boiled in, and put it in a bottle and lay it on one side. The vizier will tell you to drink it, but be careful not to do so. Then take some more of the water and drink it, and you will become a great physician, and the third supply you will give to the sultan. And when the vizier comes to you and asks, 'Did you drink what I gave you?' you must answer, 'I did, and this is for you.' And he will drink it and die, and your soul will rest." And they went their way into the town, and all happened as the king of the snakes had said. And the sultan loved Hassebu, who became a great physician and cured many sick people, but he was always sorry for the poor King of the Snakes. Adapted from Swahili Tales. End of the story of Hassebu. Recording by BDS Empire.
Section 24 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Maiden with the Wooden Helmet. In a little village in the country of Japan there lived long, long ago a man and his wife. For many years they were happy and prosperous, but bad times came, and at last nothing was left them but their daughter, who was as beautiful as the morning. The neighbors were very kind, and would have done anything they could to help their poor friends, but the old couple felt that since everything had changed they would rather go elsewhere. So one day they set off to bury themselves in the country, taking their daughter with them. Now the mother and daughter had plenty to do in keeping the house clean and looking after the garden, but the man would sit for hours together gazing straight in front of him, and thinking of the riches that once were his. Each day he grew more and more wretched, till at length he took to his bed and never got up again. His wife and daughter wept bitterly for his loss, and it was many months before they could take pleasure in anything. Then one morning the mother suddenly looked at the girl and found that she had grown still more lovely than before. Once her heart would have been glad at the sight, but now that they two were alone in the world, she feared some harm might come of it. So like a good mother she tried to teach her daughter all she knew, and to bring her up to be always busy, so that she would never have time to think about herself. And the girl was a good girl and listened to all her mother's lessons, and so the years passed away. At last one wet spring the mother caught cold, and though in the beginning she did not pay much attention to it, she gradually grew more and more ill, and knew that she had not long to live. Then she called her daughter and told her that very soon she would be alone in the world, that she must take care of herself, as there would be no one to take care of her. And because it was more difficult for beautiful women to pass unheeded than for others, she bade her fetch a wooden helmet out of the next room and put it on her head, and pull it low down over her brows, so that nearly the whole of her face should lie in its shadow. The girl did as she was bid, and her beauty was so hidden beneath the wooden cap, which covered up all her hair, that she might have gone through any crowd and no one would have looked twice at her. And when she saw this, the heart of the mother was at rest, and she lay back in her bed and died. The girl wept for many days, but by and by she felt that being alone in the world she must go and get work, for she had only herself to depend upon. There was none to be got by staying where she was, so she made her clothes into a bundle and walked over the hills till she reached the house of the man who owned the fields in that part of the country. And she took service with him and labored for him early and late, and every night when she went to bed she was at peace, for she had not forgotten one thing that she had promised her mother, and however hot the sun might be she always kept the wooden helmet on her head, and the people gave her the nickname of Hatschihime. In spite, however, of all her care, the fame of her beauty spread abroad. Many of the impudent young men that are always to be found in the world stole softly up behind her while she was at work, and tried to lift off the wooden helmet. But the girl would have nothing to say to them, and only bade them be off. Then they began to talk to her, but she never answered them, and went on with what she was doing, though her wages were low and food not very plentiful. Still she could manage to live, and that was enough. One day her master happened to pass through the field where she was working, and was struck by her industry, and stopped to watch her. After a while he put one or two questions to her, and then led her into his house, and told her that henceforward her only duty should be to tend his sick wife. From this time the girl felt as if all her troubles were ended, but the worst of them was yet to come. Not very long after, Hatschihime had become maid to the sick woman. The eldest son of the house returned home from Kyoto, where he had been studying all sorts of things. He was tired of the splendors of the town and its pleasures, and was glad enough to be back in the green country, among the peach blossoms and sweet flowers. Strolling about in the early morning, he caught sight of the girl with the odd wooden helmet on her head, and immediately he went to his mother to ask who she was, and where she came from, and why she wore that strange thing over her face. His mother answered that it was a whim, and nobody could persuade her to lay it aside. Whereat the young man laughed, but kept his thoughts to himself. One hot day, however, he happened to be going towards home when he caught sight of his mother's waiting maid kneeling by a little stream that flowed through the garden, splashing some water over her face. The helmet was pushed on one side, and as the youth stood watching from behind a tree, he had a glimpse of the girl's great beauty, and he determined that no one else should be his wife. But when he told his family of his resolve to marry her, they were very angry, and made up all sorts of wicked stories about her. However, they might have spared themselves the trouble, as he knew it was only idle talk. "I have merely to remain firm," thought he, "and they will have to give in." It was such a good match for the girl that it never occurred to anyone that she would refuse the young man, but so it was. It would not be right, she felt, to make a quarrel in the house, and though in secret she wept bitterly, for a long while nothing would make her change her mind. At length one night her mother appeared to her in a dream and bade her marry the young man. So the next time he asked her, as he did nearly every day, to his surprise and joy she consented. The parents then saw they had better make the best of a bad business, and set about making the grand preparations suitable to the occasion. Of course the neighbors said a great many ill-natured things about the wooden helmet, but the bridegroom was too happy to care, and only laughed at them. When everything was ready for the feast, and the bride was dressed in the most beautiful embroidered dress to be found in Japan, the maids took hold of the helmet to lift it off her head, so that they might do her hair in the latest fashion. But the helmet would not come, and the harder they pulled, the faster it seemed to be, till the poor girl yelled with pain. Hearing her cries, the bridegroom ran in and soothed her, and declared that she should be married in the helmet, as she could not be married without. Then the ceremonies began, and the bridal pair sat together, and the cup of wine was brought them, out of which they had to drink. And when they had drunk it all, and the cup was empty, a wonderful thing happened. The helmet suddenly burst with a loud noise, and fell in pieces on the ground. And as they all turned to look, they found the floor covered with precious stones, which had fallen out of it. But the guests were less astonished at the brilliancy of the diamonds than at the beauty of the bride, which was beyond anything they had ever seen or heard of. The night was passed in singing and dancing, and then the bride and bridegroom went to their own house, where they lived till they died, and had many children, who were famous throughout Japan for their goodness and beauty. Japanese Fairy Tales. End of section 24. The Maiden with the Wooden Helmet. Recording by Pamela Krantz. Section 25 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Monkey and the Jellyfish. Children must often have wondered why jellyfishes have no shells, like so many of the creatures that are washed up every day on the beach. In old times this was not so. The jellyfish had as hard a shell as any of them, but he lost it through his own fault, as may be seen in this story. The sea queen, Otohime, whom you read of in the story of Urashima Toro, grew suddenly very ill. The swiftest messengers were sent hurrying to fetch the best doctors from every country under the sea, but it was all of no use. The queen grew rapidly worse instead of better. Everyone had almost given up hope, when one day a doctor arrived who was cleverer than the rest, and said that the only thing that would cure her was the liver of an ape. Now apes do not dwell under the sea, so a council of the wisest heads in the nation was called to consider the question how a liver could be obtained. At length it was decided that the turtle, whose prudence was well known, should swim to land and contrive to catch a living ape and bring him safely to the ocean kingdom. It was easy enough for the council to entrust this mission to the turtle, but not at all so easy for him to fulfill it. However, he swam to a part of the coast that was covered with tall trees, where he thought the apes were likely to be, for he was old and had seen many things. It was some time before he caught sight of any monkeys, and he often grew tired with watching for them, so that one hot day he fell fast asleep, in spite of all his efforts to keep awake. By and by some apes, who had been peeping at him from the tops of the trees, where they had been carefully hidden from the turtle's eyes, stole noiselessly down, and stood round staring at him, for they had never seen a turtle before and did not know what to make of it. At last one young monkey, bolder than the rest, stooped down and stroked the shining shell that the strange new creature wore on its back. The movement, gentle though it was, woke the turtle. With one sweep he seized the monkey's hand in his mouth and held it tight, in spite of every effort to pull it away. The other apes, seeing that the turtle was not to be trifled with, ran off, leaving their young brother to his fate. Then the turtle said to the monkey, "If you will be quiet and do what I tell you, I won't hurt you, but you must get on my back and come with me." The monkey, seeing there was no help for it, did as he was bid. Indeed, he could not have resisted, as his hand was still in the turtle's mouth. Delighted at having secured his prize, the turtle hastened back to the shore and plunged quickly into the water. He swam faster than he had ever done before, and soon reached the royal palace. Shouts of joy broke forth from the attendants when he was seen approaching, and some of them ran to tell the queen that the monkey was there, and that before long she would be as well as ever she was. In fact, so great was their relief that they gave the monkey such a kind welcome, and were so anxious to make him happy and comfortable, that he soon forgot all the fears that had beset him as to his fate, and was generally quite at his ease, though every now and then a fit of homesickness would come over him, and he would hide himself in some dark corner till it had passed away. It was during one of these attacks of sadness that a jellyfish happened to swim by. At that time jellyfishes had shells. At the sight of the gay and lively monkey crouching under a tall rock, with his eyes closed and his head bent, the jellyfish was filled with pity and stopped, saying, "Ah, poor fellow, no wonder you weep. A few days more and they will come and kill you and give your liver to the queen to eat." The monkey shrank back horrified at these words, and asked the jellyfish what crime he had committed that deserved death. "Oh, none at all," replied the jellyfish, "but your liver is the only thing that will cure our queen, and how can we get at it without killing you? You had better submit to your fate, and make no noise about it, for though I pity you from my heart, there is no way of helping you." Then he went away, leaving the ape cold with horror. At first he felt as if his liver was already being taken from his body, but soon he began to wonder if there was no means of escaping this terrible death, and at length he invented a plan which he thought would do. For a few days he pretended to be gay and happy as before, but when the sun went in and rain fell in torrents, he wept and howled from dawn to dark, till the turtle, who was his head keeper, heard him, and came to see what was the matter. Then the monkey told him that before he left home he had hung his liver out on a bush to dry, and if it was always going to rain like this it would become quite useless. And the rogue made such a fuss and moaning that he would have melted a heart of stone, and nothing would content him but that somebody should carry him back to land and let him fetch his liver again. The Queen's counselors were not the wisest of people, and they decided between them that the turtle should take the monkey back to his native land and allow him to get his liver off the bush, but desired the turtle not to lose sight of his charge for a single moment. The monkey knew this, but trusted to his power of beguiling the turtle when the time came, and mounted on his back with feelings of joy, which he was, however, careful to conceal. They set out, and in a few hours were wandering about the forest where the ape had first been caught. And when the monkey saw his family peering out from the tree tops, he swung himself up by the nearest branch, just managing to save his hind leg from being seized by the turtle. He told them all the dreadful things that had happened to him, and gave a war cry which brought the rest of the tribe from the neighboring hills. At a word from him they rushed in a body to the unfortunate turtle, threw him on his back, and tore off the shield that covered his body. Then with mocking words they hunted him to the shore and into the sea, which he was only too thankful to reach alive. Faint and exhausted he entered the Queen's palace, for the cold of the water struck upon his naked body and made him feel ill and miserable. But wretched though he was, he had to appear before the Queen's advisers and tell them all that had befallen him, and how he had suffered the monkey to escape. But as sometimes happens, the turtle was allowed to go scot-free, and had his shell given back to him, and all the punishment fell on the poor jellyfish, who was condemned by the Queen to go shieldless forever after. Japanese Fairy Tales. End of section 25. The Monkey and the Jellyfish. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 26 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 26. The Headless Dwarfs. There was once a minister who spent his whole time in trying to find a servant who would undertake to ring the church bells at midnight, in addition to all his other duties. Of course, it was not everyone who cared to get up in the middle of the night when he had been working hard all day. Still, a good many had agreed to do it. But the strange thing was that no sooner had the servant set forth to perform his task than he disappeared, as if the earth had swallowed him up. No bells were rung, and no ringer ever came back. The minister did his best to keep the matter secret, but it leaked out for all that, and the end of it was that no one would enter his service. Indeed, there were even those who whispered that the minister himself had murdered the missing men. It was to no purpose that Sunday after Sunday the minister gave out from his pulpit that double wages would be paid to anyone that would fulfil the sacred duty of ringing the bells of the church. No one took the slightest notice of any offer he might make, and the poor man was in despair, when one day, as he was standing at his house door, a youth known in the village as Clever Hans came up to him. "I am tired of living with a miser who will not give me enough to eat and drink," said he, "and I am ready to do all you want." "Very good, my son," replied the minister. "You shall have the chance of proving your courage this very night. Tomorrow we will settle what your wages are to be." Hans was quite content with this proposal, and went straight into the kitchen to begin his work, not knowing that his new master was quite as stingy as his old one. In the hope that his presence might be a restraint upon them, the minister used to sit at the table during his servants' meals, and would exhort them to drink much and often, thinking that they would not be able to eat as well, and beef was dearer than beer. But in Hans he had met his match, and the minister soon found to his cost that in his case at any rate a full cup did not mean an empty plate. About an hour before midnight Hans entered the church and locked the door behind him. But what was his surprise when, in place of the darkness and silence he expected, he found the church brilliantly lighted, and a crowd of people sitting round a table playing cards. Hans felt no fear at this strange sight, or was prudent enough to hide it if he did, and, going up to the table, sat down amongst the players. One of them looked up and asked, "My friend, what are you doing here?" And Hans gazed at him for a moment, and then laughed and answered, "Well, if anyone has a right to put that question, it is I. And if I do not put it, it will certainly be wiser for you not to do so." Then he picked up some cards and played with the unknown men as if he had known them all his life. The luck was on his side, and soon the money of the other gamblers found its way from their pockets into his. On the stroke of midnight the cock crew, and in an instant lights, table, cards, and people all had vanished, and Hans was left alone. He groped about for some time, till he found the staircase in the tower, and then began to feel his way up the steps. On the first landing a glimmer of light came through a slit in the wall, and he saw a tiny man sitting there without a head. "Ho, ho, my little fellow, what are you doing there?" asked Hans, and, without waiting for an answer, gave him a kick, which sent him flying down the stairs. Then he climbed higher still, and finding as he went dumb watchers sitting on every landing, treated them as he had done the first. At last he reached the top, and as he paused for a moment to look around him, he saw another headless man cowering in the very bell itself, waiting till Hans should seize the bell pull, in order to strike him a blow with the clapper which would soon have made an end of him. "Stop, my little friend," cried Hans. "That is not part of the bargain. Perhaps you saw how your comrades walked downstairs, and you are going after them. But as you are in the highest place, you shall make a more dignified exit and follow them through the window." With these words he began to climb the ladder, in order to take the little man from the bell and carry out his threat. At this the dwarf cried out imploringly, "Oh, brother, spare my life, and I promise that neither I nor my comrades will ever trouble you any more. I am small and weak, but who knows whether some day I shall not be able to reward you." "You wretched little shrimp," replied Hans, "a great deal of good your gratitude is likely to do me. But as I happen to be feeling in a cheerful mood tonight, I will let you have your life. But take care how you come across me again, or you may not escape so easily." The headless man thanked him humbly, slid hastily down the bell rope, and ran down the steps of the tower as if he had left a fire behind him. Then Hans began to ring lustily. When the minister heard the sound of the midnight bells, he wondered greatly, but rejoiced that he had at last found someone to whom he could trust this duty. Hans rang the bells for some time, then went to the hayloft and fell fast asleep. Now it was the custom of the minister to get up very early, and to go round to make sure that the men were all at their work. This morning everyone was in his place except Hans, and no one knew anything about him. 9 o'clock came, and no Hans. But when 11 struck, the minister began to fear that he had vanished like the ringers who had gone before him. When, however, the servants all gathered round the table for dinner, Hans at last made his appearance, stretching himself and yawning. "Where have you been all this time?" asked the minister. "Asleep," said Hans. "Asleep!" exclaimed the minister in astonishment. "You don't mean to tell me that you can go on sleeping till midday?" "That's exactly what I do mean," replied Hans. "If one works in the night, one must sleep in the day, just as if one works in the day, one sleeps in the night. If you can find somebody else to ring the bells at midnight, I am ready to begin work at dawn. But if you want me to ring them, I must go on sleeping till noon at the very earliest." The minister tried to argue the point with him, but at length the following agreement was come to. Hans was to give up the ringing, and was to work, like the rest, from sunrise to sunset, with the exception of an hour after breakfast and an hour after dinner, when he might go to sleep. "But of course," added the minister carelessly, "it may happen now and then, especially in winter, when the days are short, that you will have to work a little longer to get something finished." "Not at all," answered Hans. "Unless I were to leave off work earlier in the summer, I will not do a stroke more than I have promised, and that is from dawn to dark, so you know what you have to expect." A few weeks later the minister was asked to attend a christening in the neighbouring town. He bade Hans come with him, but as the town was only a few hours' ride from where he lived, the minister was much surprised to see Hans come forth laden with a bag containing food. "What are you taking that for?" asked the minister. "We shall be there before dark." "Who knows?" replied Hans. "Many things may happen to delay our journey, and I need not remind you of our contract that the moment the sun sets I cease to be your servant. If we don't reach the town while it is still daylight, I shall leave you to shift for yourself." The minister thought he was joking, and made no further remark. But when they had left the village behind them and had ridden a few miles, they found that snow had fallen during the night, and had been blown by the wind into drifts. This hindered their progress, and by the time they had entered the thick wood which lay between them and their destination, the sun was already touching the tops of the trees. The horses ploughed their way slowly through the deep soft snow, and as they went Hans kept turning to look at the sun, which lay at their backs. "Is there anything behind you?" asked the minister, "or what is it you are always turning round for?" "I turn round because I have no eyes in the back of my neck," said Hans. "Cease talking nonsense," replied the minister, "and give all your mind to getting us to the town before nightfall." Hans did not answer, but rode on steadily, though every now and then he cast a glance over his shoulder. When they arrived in the middle of the wood, the sun sank altogether. Then Hans reined up his horse, took his knapsack, and jumped out of the sledge. "What are you doing? Are you mad?" asked the minister. But Hans answered quietly, "The sun is set, and my work is over, and I am going to camp here for the night." In vain the master prayed and threatened, and promised Hans a large reward if he would only drive him on. The young man was not to be moved. "Are you not ashamed to urge me to break my word?" said he. "If you want to reach the town tonight, you must go alone. The hour of my freedom has struck, and I cannot go with you." "My good Hans," entreated the minister, "I really ought not to leave you here. Consider what danger you would be in. Yonder, as you see, a gallows is set up, and 2 evildoers are hanging on it. You could not possibly sleep with such ghastly neighbours." "Why not?" asked Hans. "Those gallows birds hang high in the air, and my camp will be on the ground. We shall have nothing to do with each other." As he spoke he turned his back on the minister and went his way. There was no help for it, and the minister had to push on by himself if he expected to arrive in time for the christening. His friends were much surprised to see him drive up without a coachman, and thought some accident had happened. But when he told them of his conversation with Hans, they did not know which was the most foolish, master or man. It would have mattered little to Hans had he known what they were saying or thinking of him. He satisfied his hunger with the food he had in his knapsack, lit his pipe, pitched his tent under the boughs of a tree, wrapped himself in his furs, and went sound asleep. After some hours he was awakened by a sudden noise, and sat up and looked about him. The moon was shining brightly above his head, and close by stood 2 headless dwarfs, talking angrily. At the sight of Hans, the little dwarfs cried out, "It is he! It is he!" And one of them, stepping nearer, exclaimed, "Ah, my old friend, it is a lucky chance that has brought us here. My bones still ache from my fall down the steps of the tower. I dare say you have not forgotten that night. Now it is the turn of your bones. Hi, comrades, make haste, make haste!" Like a swarm of midges, a host of tiny headless creatures seemed to spring straight out of the ground, and every one was armed with a club. Although they were so small, yet there were such numbers of them, and they struck so hard, that even a strong man could do nothing against them. Hans thought his last hour was come, when just as the fight was at the hottest, another little dwarf arrived on the scene. "Hold, comrades!" he shouted, turning to the attacking party. "This man once did me a service, and I am his debtor. When I was in his power, he granted me my life, and even if he did throw you downstairs, well, a warm bath soon cured your bruises, so you must just forgive him and go quietly home." The headless dwarfs listened to his words, and disappeared as suddenly as they had come. As soon as Hans recovered himself a little, he looked at his rescuer, and saw he was the dwarf he had found seated in the church bell. "Ah," said the dwarf, seating himself quietly under the tree, "you laughed at me when I told you that some day I might do you a good turn. Now you see I was right, and perhaps you will learn for the future not to despise any creature, however small." "I thank you from my heart," answered Hans. "My bones are still sore from their blows, and had it not been for you I should indeed have fared badly." "I have almost paid my debt," went on the little man, "but as you have suffered already I will do more, and give you a piece of information. You need not remain any longer in the service of that stingy minister. But when you get home tomorrow, go at once to the north corner of the church, and there you will find a large stone built into the wall, but not cemented like the rest. The day after tomorrow the moon is full, and at midnight you must go to the spot and get the stone out of the wall with a pickaxe. Under the stone lies a great treasure, which has been hidden there in time of war. Besides church plate, you will find bags of money, which have been lying in this place for over 100 years, and no one knows to whom it all belongs. A third of this money you must give to the poor, but the rest you may keep for yourself." As he finished, the cocks in the village crowed, and the little man was nowhere to be seen. Hans found that his limbs no longer pained him, and lay for some time thinking of the hidden treasure. Towards morning he fell asleep. The sun was high in the heavens when his master returned from the town. "Hans," said he, "what a fool you were not to come with me yesterday. I was well feasted and entertained, and I have money in my pockets into the bargain," he went on, rattling some coins while he spoke, to make Hans understand how much he had lost. "Ah, sir," replied Hans calmly, "in order to have gained so much money you must have lain awake all night, but I have earned 100 times that amount, while I was sleeping soundly." "How did you manage that?" asked the minister eagerly, but Hans answered, "It is only fools who boast of their farthings. Wise men take care to hide their crowns." They drove home, and Hans neglected none of his duties, but put up the horses and gave them their food before going to the church corner, where he found the loose stone, exactly in the place described by the dwarf. Then he returned to his work. The first night of the full moon, when the whole village was asleep, he stole out, armed with a pickaxe, and, with much difficulty, succeeded in dislodging the stone from its place. Sure enough, there was the hole, and in the hole lay the treasure, exactly as the little man had said. The following Sunday he handed over the third part to the village poor, and informed the minister that he wished to break his bond of service. As, however, he did not claim any wages, the minister made no objections, but allowed him to do as he wished. So Hans went his way, bought himself a large house, and married a young wife, and lived happily and prosperously to the end of his days. End of chapter 26.
Section 27 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Pamela Krantz. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Young Man Who Would Have His Eyes Opened. Once upon a time there lived a youth who was never happy unless he was prying into something that other people knew nothing about. After he had learned to understand the language of birds and beasts, he discovered accidentally that a great deal took place under cover of night, which mortal eyes never saw. From that moment he felt he could not rest till these hidden secrets were laid bare to him, and he spent his whole time wandering from one wizard to another, begging them to open his eyes, but found none to help him. At length he reached an old magician called Mana, whose learning was greater than that of the rest, and who could tell him all he wanted to know. But when the old man had listened attentively to him, he said warningly: "My son, do not follow after empty knowledge, which will not bring you happiness, but rather evil. Much is hidden from the eyes of men, because, did they know everything, their hearts would no longer be at peace. Knowledge kills joy, therefore think well what you are doing, or some day you will repent. But if you will not take my advice, then truly I can show you the secrets of the night. Only you will need more than a man's courage to bear the sight." He stopped and looked at the young man, who nodded his head, and then the Wizard continued: "Tomorrow night you must go to the place where once in 7 years the Serpent King gives a great feast to his whole court. In front of him stands a golden bowl filled with goat's milk, and if you can manage to dip a piece of bread in this milk and eat it before you are obliged to fly, you will understand all the secrets of the night that are hidden from other men. It is lucky for you that the Serpent King's feast happens to fall this year, otherwise you would have had long to wait for it. But take care to be quick and bold, or it will be the worse for you." The young man thanked the Wizard for his counsel, and went his way firmly resolved to carry out his purpose, even if he paid for it with his life. And when night came he set out for a wide, lonely moor, where the Serpent King held his feast. With sharpened eyes he looked eagerly all round him, but could see nothing but a multitude of small hillocks that lay motionless under the moonlight. He crouched behind a bush for some time till he felt that midnight could not be far off, when suddenly there arose in the middle of the moor a brilliant glow, as if a star was shining over one of the hillocks. At the same moment all the hillocks began to writhe and to crawl, and from each one came hundreds of serpents and made straight for the glow, where they knew they should find their king. When they reached the hillock where he dwelt, which was higher and broader than the rest, and had a bright light hanging over the top, they coiled themselves up and waited. The whir and confusion from all the serpent houses were so great that the youth did not dare to advance one step, but remained where he was, watching intently all that went on. But at last he began to take courage, and moved on softly, step by step. What he saw was creepier than creepy, and surpassed all he had ever dreamt of. Thousands of snakes, big and little and of every color, were gathered together in one great cluster round a huge serpent, whose body was as thick as a beam, and which had on its head a golden crown, from which the light sprang. Their hissings and darting tongues so terrified the young man that his heart sank, and he felt he should never have courage to push on to certain death, when suddenly he caught sight of the golden bowl in front of the Serpent King, and knew that if he lost this chance it would never come back. So, with his hair standing on end and his blood frozen in his veins, he crept forwards. Oh, what a noise and a whir rose afresh among the serpents! Thousands of heads were reared, and tongues were stretched out to sting the intruder to death. But happily for him, their bodies were so closely entwined one in the other that they could not disentangle themselves quickly. Like lightning he seized a bit of bread, dipped it in the bowl, and put it in his mouth, then dashed away as if fire was pursuing him. On he flew as if a whole army of foes were at his heels, and he seemed to hear the noise of their approach growing nearer and nearer. At length his breath failed him, and he threw himself almost senseless on the turf. While he lay there, dreadful dreams haunted him. He thought that the Serpent King with the fiery crown had twined himself round him, and was crushing out his life. With a loud shriek he sprang up to do battle with his enemy, when he saw that it was rays of the sun which had wakened him. He rubbed his eyes and looked all round, but nothing could he see of the foes of the past night, and the moor where he had run into such danger must be at least a mile away. But it was no dream that he had run hard and far, or that he had drunk of the magic goat's milk. And when he felt his limbs and found them whole, his joy was great that he had come through such perils with a sound skin. After the fatigues and terrors of the night he lay still till midday, but he made up his mind he would go that very evening into the forest, to try what the goat's milk could really do for him, and if he would now be able to understand all that had been a mystery to him. And once in the forest his doubts were set at rest, for he saw what no mortal eyes had ever seen before. Beneath the trees were golden pavilions, with flags of silver all brightly lighted up. He was still wondering why the pavilions were there when a noise was heard among the trees, as if the wind had suddenly got up, and on all sides beautiful maidens stepped from the trees into the bright light of the moon. These were the wood nymphs, daughters of the Earth Mother, who came every night to hold their dances in the forest. The young man, watching from his hiding place, wished he had 100 eyes in his head, for 2 were not nearly enough for the sight before him, the dances lasting till the first streaks of dawn. Then a silvery veil seemed to be drawn over the ladies, and they vanished from sight. But the young man remained where he was till the sun was high in the heavens, and then went home. He felt that day to be endless, and counted the minutes till night should come, and he might return to the forest. But when at last he got there, he found neither pavilions nor nymphs, and though he went back many nights after, he never saw them again. Still he thought about them night and day, and ceased to care about anything else in the world, and was sick to the end of his life with longing for that beautiful vision. And that was the way he learned that the wizard had spoken truly when he said, "Blindness is man's highest good." Estonian Fairy Tales. End of section 27. The Young Man Who Would Have His Eyes Opened. Recording by Pamela Krantz.
Chapter 28 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sue Hatch. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 28. The Boys with the Golden Stars. Once upon a time, what happened did happen, and if it had not happened, you would never have heard this story. Well, once upon a time there lived an emperor who had half a world all to himself to rule over, and in this world dwelt an old herd and his wife and their 3 daughters, Anna, Stana, and Laptisa. Anna, the eldest, was so beautiful that when she took the sheep to pasture, they forgot to eat as long as she was walking with them. Stana, the second, was so beautiful that when she was driving the flock, the wolves protected the sheep. But Laptisa, the youngest, with a skin as white as the foam on the milk, and with hair as soft as the finest lamb's wool, was as beautiful as both her sisters put together, as beautiful as she alone could be. One summer day, when the rays of the sun were pouring down on the earth, the 3 sisters went to the wood on the outskirts of the mountain to pick strawberries. As they were looking about to find the largest berries, they heard the tramp of horses approaching, so loud that you would have thought a whole army was riding by. But it was only the emperor going to hunt with his friends and attendants. They were all fine, handsome young men who sat their horses as if they were part of them, but the finest and handsomest of all was the young emperor himself. As they drew near the 3 sisters and marked their beauty, they checked their horses and rode slowly by. "Listen, sisters," said Anna as they passed on. "If one of those young men should make me his wife, I would bake him a loaf of bread which should keep him young and brave forever." "And if I," said Stana, "should be the one chosen, I would weave my husband a shirt which will keep him unscathed when he fights with dragons. When he goes through water, he will never even be wet. Or, if through fire, it will not scorch him." "And I," said Laptisa, "will give the man who chooses me 2 boys, twins, each with a golden star on his forehead as bright as those in the sky." And though they spoke low, the young men heard, and turned their horses' heads. "I take you at your word, and mine shall you be, most lovely of empresses," cried the emperor, and swung Laptisa and her strawberries on the horse before him. "And I will have you, and I you," exclaimed 2 of his friends, and they all rode back to the palace together. The following morning the marriage ceremony took place, and for 3 days and 3 nights there was nothing but feasting over the whole kingdom. And when the rejoicings were over, the news was in everybody's mouth that Anna had sent for corn and had made the loaf of which she had spoken at the strawberry beds. And then more days and nights passed, and this rumor was succeeded by another one, that Stana had procured some flax, and had dried it, and combed it, and spun it into linen, and sewed it herself into the shirt of which she had spoken over the strawberry beds. Now the emperor had a stepmother, and she had a daughter by her first husband, who lived with her in the palace. The girl's mother had always believed that her daughter would be empress, and not the milk-white maiden, the child of a mere shepherd. So she hated the girl with all her heart, and only bided her time to do her ill. But she could do nothing as long as the emperor remained with his wife night and day, and she began to wonder what she could do to get him away from her. At last, when everything else had failed, she managed to make her brother, who was king of the neighboring country, declare war against the emperor, and besiege some of the frontier towns with a large army. This time her scheme was successful. The young emperor sprang up in wrath the moment he heard the news, and vowed that nothing, not even his wife, should hinder him giving them battle. And hastily assembling whatever soldiers happened to be at hand, he set off at once to meet his enemy. The other king had not reckoned on the swiftness of his movements, and was not ready to receive him. The emperor fell on him when he was off guard, and routed his army completely. When victory was won, and the terms of peace hastily drawn up, he rode home as fast as his horses would carry him, and reached the palace on the third day. But early that morning, when the stars were growing pale in the sky, 2 little boys with golden hair and stars on their foreheads were born to Laptisa. And the stepmother, who was watching, took them away, and dug a hole in the corner of the palace under the windows of the emperor, and put them in it, while in their stead she placed 2 little puppies. The emperor came into the palace, and when they told him the news, he went straight to Laptisa's room. No words were needed. He saw with his own eyes that Laptisa had not kept the promise she had made at the strawberry beds, and, though it nearly broke his heart, he must give orders for her punishment. So he went out sadly, and told his guards that the empress was to be buried in the earth up to her neck, so that everyone might know what would happen to those who dared deceive the emperor. Not many days after, the stepmother's wish was fulfilled. The emperor took her daughter to wife, and again the rejoicings lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, let us see what happened to the 2 little boys. The poor little babies had found no rest even in their graves. In the place where they had been buried, there sprang up 2 beautiful young aspens, and the stepmother, who hated the sight of the trees, which reminded her of her crime, gave orders that they should be uprooted. But the emperor heard of it, and forbade that the trees be touched, saying, "Let them alone. I like to see them there. They are the finest aspens I have ever beheld." And the aspens grew as no aspens had ever grown before. In each day they added a year's growth, and each night they added a year's growth, and at dawn, when the stars faded out of the sky, they grew 3 years' growth in the twinkling of an eye, and their boughs swept across the palace windows. And when the wind moved them softly, the emperor would sit and listen to them all day long. The stepmother knew what it all meant, and her mind never ceased from trying to invent some way of destroying the trees. It was not an easy thing, but a woman's will can press milk out of a stone, and her cunning will overcome heroes. What craft will not do, soft words may attain, and if these do not succeed, there still remains the resource of tears. One morning the empress sat on the edge of her husband's bed, and began to coax him with all sorts of pretty ways. It was some time before the bait took, but at length, even emperors are only men. "Well, well," he said at last, "have your way and cut down the trees. But out of one they shall make a bed for me, and out of the other one for you." And with this the empress was forced to be content. The aspens were cut down the next morning, and before night the new bed had been placed in the emperor's room. Now when the emperor lay down in it, it seemed as if he had grown 100 times heavier as usual, yet he felt a kind of calm that was quite new to him. But the empress felt as though she was lying on thorns and nettles, and could not even close her eyes. When the emperor was fast asleep, the bed began to crack loudly, and to the empress each crack had a meaning. She felt as if she was listening to a language which no one but herself could understand. "Is it too heavy for you, little brother?" asked one of the beds. "Oh no, it is not heavy at all," answered the bed in which the emperor was sleeping. "I feel nothing but joy now that my beloved father rests over me." "It is very heavy for me," said the other bed, "for on me lies an evil soul." And so they talked until morning, the empress listening all the while. By daybreak, the empress had determined how to get rid of the beds. She would have 2 others made exactly like them, and when the emperor had gone hunting, they should be placed in his room. This was done, and the aspen beds were burnt in a large fire till only a little heap of ashes was left. Yet while they were burning, the empress seemed to hear the same words, which she alone could understand. She stooped and gathered up the ashes, and scattered them to the 4 winds, so that they might blow over fresh lands and fresh seas, and nothing remained of them. But she had not seen that where the fire burnt brightest, 2 sparks flew up, and after floating in the air for a few moments, fell down into the great river that flows through the heart of the country. Here the sparks had turned into 2 little fishes with golden scales, and one was so exactly like the other that everyone could tell at first glance that they must be twins. Early one morning the emperor's fishermen went down to the river to get some fish for their master's breakfast, and cast their nets into the stream. As the last star twinkled out of the sky, they drew them in, and among the multitude of fishes lay 2 with scales of gold, such as no man had ever looked on. They all gathered round and wondered, and after some talk they decided they would take the little fishes alive as they were, and give them as a present to the emperor. "Do not take us there, for that is whence we came, and yonder lies our destruction," said one of the fishes. "But what are we to do with you?" asked the fisherman. "Go and collect all the dew that lies on the leaves, and let us swim in it. Then lay us in the sun, and do not come near us till the sun's rays has dried off all the dew," answered the other fish. The fishermen did as they were told. They gathered dew from the leaves and let them swim in it, and then put them to lie in the sun until the dew should be all dried up. And when he came back, what do you think he saw? Why, 2 boys, 2 beautiful young princes, with their hair as golden as the stars on their foreheads, and each so like the other that at first glance everyone would have known them for twins. The boys grew fast. In every day they grew a year's growth, and in every night another year's growth. But at dawn, when the stars were fading, they grew 3 years' growth in the twinkling of an eye. And they grew in other things besides height too, thrice in age, and thrice in wisdom, and thrice in knowledge. And when 3 days and 3 nights had passed, they were 12 years in age, 24 in strength, and 36 in wisdom. "Now take us to our father," they said. So the fishermen gave them each a lambskin cap, which half covered their faces and completely hid their golden hair and the stars on their foreheads, and led them to the court. By the time they arrived there it was midday, and the fisherman and his charges went up to an official who was standing about. "We wish to speak with the emperor," said one of the boys. "You must wait until he has finished his dinner," replied the porter. "No, while he is eating it," said the second boy, stepping across the threshold. The attendants all ran forward to thrust such impotent youngsters outside the palace, but the boys slipped through their fingers like quicksilver, and entered a large hall, where the emperor was dining, surrounded by his whole court. "We desire to enter," said one of the princes sharply to a servant who stood near the door. "That is quite impossible," replied the servant. "It is? Let us see," said the second prince, pushing the servants to the right and left. But the servants were many, and the princes only 2, There was the noise of a struggle which reached the emperor's ears. "What is the matter?" asked he angrily. The princes stopped at the sound of their father's voice. "Two boys who want to force their way in," replied one of the servants, approaching the emperor. "To force their way in? Who dares use force in my palace? What boys are they?" said the emperor all in one breath. "We know not, O mighty emperor," answered the servant, "but they surely must be akin to you, for they have the strength of lions, and have scattered the guards at the gate. And they are as proud as they are strong, for they will not take their caps from their heads." The emperor, as he listened, grew red with anger. "Thrust them out," cried he, "and set the dogs after them." "Leave us alone, and we will go quietly," said the princes, and they stepped backwards, weeping silently at the harsh words. They had almost reached the gates when a servant ran up to them. "The emperor commands you to return," panted he. "The empress wishes to see you." The princes thought a moment. Then they went back the way they had come and walked straight up to the emperor, their caps still on their heads. He sat at the top of a long table covered with flowers and filled with guests, and beside him sat the empress, supported by 12 cushions. When the princes entered, one of the cushions fell down, and there remained only 11. "Take off your caps," said one of the courtiers. "A covered head is among men a sign of honor. We wish to seem what we are." "Never mind," said the emperor, whose anger had dropped before the silvery tones of the boys' voices. "Stay as you are, but tell me who you are. Where do you come from, and what do you want?" "We are twins, 2 shoots from one stem, which has been broken, and half lies in the ground, and half sits at the head of this table. We have traveled a long way. We have spoken in the rustle of the wind, have whispered in the wood, we have sung in the waters, but now we wish to tell you a story which you know without knowing it, in the speech of men." And a second cushion fell down. "Let them take their silliness home," said the empress. "Oh no, let them go on," said the emperor. "You wish to see them, but I wish to hear them. Go on, boys, sing me the story." The empress was silent, but the princes began to sing the story of their lives. "There once was an emperor," began they, and the third cushion fell down. When they reached the warlike expedition of the emperor, 3 of the cushions fell down at once. And when the tale was finished, there were no more cushions under the empress. But the moment that they lifted their caps and showed their golden hair and the golden stars, the eyes of the emperor and all his guests were bent on them, and they could hardly bear the power of so many glances. And there happened in the end what should have happened in the beginning. Laptitza sat next to her husband at the top of the table. The stepmother's daughter became the meanest sewing maid in the palace, and the stepmother was tied to a wild horse. And everyone knew, and is never forgotten, that whoever has a mind turned to wickedness is surely to end badly. End of chapter 28. Recording Sue Hatch, San Francisco Bay Area.
Chapter 29 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang, Chapter 29. The Frog. Once upon a time there was a woman who had 3 sons. Though they were peasants, they were well off, for the soil on which they lived was fruitful and yielded rich crops. One day they all 3 told their mother they meant to get married, to which their mother replied, "Do as you like, but see that you choose good housewives, who will look carefully after your affairs, and, to make certain of this, take with you these 3 skeins of flax, and give it to them to spin. Whoever spins the best will be my favorite daughter-in-law." Now the 2 eldest sons had already chosen their wives, so they took the flax from their mother and carried it off with them, to have it spun as she had said. But the youngest son was puzzled with what to do with his skein, as he knew no girl, never having spoken to any, to whom he could give it to be spun. He wandered hither and thither, asking the girls that he met if they would undertake the task for him, but at the sight of the flax they laughed in his face and mocked him. Then in despair he left their villages and went out into the country, and, seating himself on the bank of a pond, began to cry bitterly. Suddenly there was a noise behind him, and a frog jumped out of the water onto the bank and asked him why he was crying. The youth told her of his trouble, of how his brothers would bring home linen spun for them by their promised wives, but that no one would spin his thread. Then the frog answered, "Do not weep on that account. Give me the thread, and I will spin it for you." And, having said this, she took it out of his hand and flopped back into the water. And the youth went back, not knowing what would happen next. In a short time the two elder brothers came home, and their mother asked to see the linen which had been woven out of the skeins of flax she had given them. They all three left the room, and in a few minutes the two eldest returned, bringing with them the linen that had been spun by their chosen wives. But the youngest brother was greatly troubled, for he had nothing to show for the skein of flax that had been given to him. Sadly he betook himself to the pond, and sitting down on the bank began to weep. Flop. And the frog appeared out of the water close beside him. "Take this," she said. "Here is the linen I have spun for you." You may imagine how delighted the youth was. She put the linen into his hands, and he took it straight back to his mother, who was so pleased with it that she declared she had never seen linen so beautifully spun, and that it was far finer and whiter than the webs that the two elder brothers had brought home. Then she turned to her sons and said, "But this is not enough, my sons. I must have another proof as to what sort of wives you have chosen. In the house there are 3 puppies. Each of you take one, and give it to the woman whom you mean to bring home as your wife. She must train it and bring it up. Whichever dog turns out the best, its mistress will be my favorite daughter-in-law." So the young men set out on their different ways, each taking a puppy with him. The youngest, not knowing where to go, returned to the pond, sat down once more on the bank, and began to weep. Flop. And close beside him he saw the frog. "Why are you weeping?" she said. Then he told her his difficulty, and that he did not know to whom he should take the puppy. "Give it to me," she said, "and I will bring it up for you." And seeing that the youth hesitated, she took the little creature out of his arms and disappeared with it into the pond. The weeks and months passed, till one day the mother said she would like to know how the dogs had been trained by her future daughters-in-law. The 2 eldest sons departed and returned shortly, leading with them 2 great mastiffs, who growled so fiercely and looked so savage that the mere sight of them made the mother tremble with fear. The youngest son, as was his custom, went to the pond and called on the frog to come to his rescue. In a minute she was at his side, bringing with her the most lovely little dog, which she put into his arms. It sat up and begged with its paws, and went through the prettiest tricks, and was almost human in the way it understood and did what it was told. In high spirits the youth carried it off to his mother. As soon as she saw it, she exclaimed, "This is the most beautiful little dog I have ever seen. You are indeed fortunate, my son. You have won a pearl of a wife." Then, turning to the others, she said, "Here are 3 shirts. Take them to your chosen wives. Whoever sews the best will be my favorite daughter-in-law." So the young men set out once more, and again, this time, the work of the frog was much the best and the neatest. This time the mother said, "Now that I am content with the test I gave, I want you to go and fetch home your brides, and I will prepare the wedding feast." You may imagine what the youngest brother felt on hearing those words. Whence was he to fetch a bride? Would the frog be able to help him in his new difficulty? With bowed head and feeling very sad, he sat down on the edge of the pond. Flop. And once more the faithful frog was beside him. "What's troubling you so much?" she asked him, and then the youth told her everything. "Will you take me for a wife?" she asked. "What should I do with you as a wife?" he replied, wondering at her strange proposal. "Once more, will you have me or will you not?" she said. "I will neither have you nor will I refuse you," said he. At this the frog disappeared, and the next minute the youth beheld a lovely little chariot, drawn by two tiny ponies standing in the road. The frog was holding the carriage door open for him to step in. "Come with me," she said, and he got up and followed her into the chariot. As they drove along the road, they met three witches. The first of them was blind, the second was hunchbacked, and the third had a large thorn in her throat. When the three witches beheld the chariot, with the frog seated pompously among the cushions, they broke into such fits of laughter that the eyelids of the blind one burst open, and she recovered her sight. The hunchback rolled about on the ground in merriment till her back became straight, and in a roar of laughter the thorn fell out of the throat of the third witch. The first thought was to reward the frog, who had unconsciously been the means of curing them of their misfortunes. The first witch waved her magic wand over the frog, and changed her into the loveliest girl that had ever been seen. The second witch waved the wand over the tiny chariot and ponies, and they were turned into a beautiful large carriage with prancing horses and a coachman on the seat. The third witch gave the girl a magic purse filled with money. Having done this, the witches disappeared, and the youth with his lovely bride drove to his mother's home. Great was the delight of the mother at her youngest son's good fortune. A beautiful house was built for them. She was the favorite daughter-in-law. Everything went well with them, and they lived happily ever after. End of chapter 29.
Chapter 30 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 30. The Princess Who Was Hidden Underground. Once there was a king who had great riches, which, when he died, he divided among his 3 sons. The 2 eldest of these lived in rioting and feasting, and thus wasted and squandered their father's wealth till nothing remained, and they found themselves in want and misery. The youngest of the 3 sons, on the contrary, made good use of his portion. He married a wife, and soon they had a most beautiful daughter, for whom, when she was grown up, he caused a great palace to be built underground, and then killed the architect who had built it. Next he shut up his daughter inside, and then sent heralds all over the world to make known that he who should find the king's daughter should have her to wife. If he were not capable of finding her, then he must die. Many young men sought to discover her, but all perished in the attempt. After many had met their deaths thus, there came a young man, beautiful to behold, and as clever as he was beautiful, who had a great desire to attempt the enterprise. First he went to a herdsman and begged him to hide him in a sheepskin which had a golden fleece, and in this disguise to take him to the king. The shepherd let himself be persuaded so to do, took a skin having a golden fleece, sewed the young man in it, putting in also food and drink, and so brought him before the king. When the latter saw the golden lamb, he asked the herd, "Will you sell me this lamb?" But the herd answered, "No, O king, I will not sell it, but if you find pleasure therein, I will be willing to oblige you, and I will lend it to you, free of charge, for 3 days. After that you must give it back to me." This the king agreed to do, and he arose and took the lamb to his daughter. When he had led it into her palace, and through many rooms, he came to a shut door. Then he called, "Open, Sartara Martara of the earth," and the door opened of itself. After that they went through many more rooms, and came to another closed door. Again the king called out, "Open, Sartara Martara of the earth," and this door opened like the other, and they came into the apartment where the princess dwelt, the floor, walls, and roof of which were all of silver. When the king had embraced the princess, he gave her the lamb, to her great joy. She stroked it, caressed it, and played with it. After a while the lamb got loose, which, when the princess saw, she said, "See, father, the lamb is free." But the king answered, "It is only a lamb, why should it not be free?" Then he left the lamb with the princess, and went his way. In the night, however, the young man threw off the skin. When the princess saw how beautiful he was, she fell in love with him, and asked him, "Why did you come here disguised in a sheepskin like that?" Then he answered, "When I saw how many people sought you and could not find you, and lost their lives in so doing, I invented this trick, and so I am come safely to you." The princess exclaimed, "You have done well so to do,
But you must know that your wager is not yet won, for my father will change me and my maidens into ducks, and will ask you, 'Which of these ducks is the princess?' Then I will turn my head back, and with my bill will clean my wings, so that you may know me." When they had spent 3 days together chatting and caressing one another, the herd came back to the king and demanded his lamb. Then the king went to his daughter to bring it away, which troubled the princess very much, for she said they had played so nicely together. But the king said, "I cannot leave it with you, my daughter, for it is only lent to me." So he took it away with him, and gave it back to the shepherd. Then the young man threw the skin from off him, and went to the king, saying, "Sire, I am persuaded I can find your daughter." When the king saw how handsome he was, he said, "My lad, I have pity on your youth. This enterprise has already cost the lives of many, and will certainly be your death as well." But the young man answered, "I accept your conditions, O king. I will either find her or lose my head." Thereupon he went before the king, who followed after him, till they came to the great door. Then the young man said to the king, "Speak the words, that it may open." And the king answered, "What are the words? Shall I say something like this? Shut, shut, shut?" "No," said he. "Say, 'Open, Sartara Martara of the earth.'" When the king had so said, the door opened of itself, and they went in, while the king gnawed his moustache in anger. Then they came to the second door, where the same thing happened as the first, and they went in and found the princess. Then spoke the king and said, "Yes, truly, you have found the princess. Now I will turn her, as well as all her maidens, into ducks, and if you can guess which of these ducks is my daughter, then you shall have her to wife." And immediately the king changed all the maidens into ducks, and he drove them before the young man, and said, "Now show me which is my daughter." Then the princess, according to their understanding, began to clean her wings with her bill, and the lad said, "She who cleans her wings is the princess." Now the king could do nothing more but give her to the young man to wife, and they lived together in great joy and happiness. From the German. End of chapter 30.
Chapter 31 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jeannie Tirado. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 31. The Girl Who Pretended to be a Boy. Once upon a time there lived an emperor who was a great conqueror, and reigned over more countries than anyone in the world. And whenever he subdued a fresh kingdom, he only granted peace on condition that the king should deliver him one of his sons for 10 years' service. Now on the borders of his kingdom lay a country whose emperor was as brave as his neighbour, and as long as he was young he was the victor in every war. But as years passed away, his head grew weary of making plans of campaign, and his people wanted to stay at home and till their fields, and at last he too felt that he must do homage to the other emperor. One thing, however, held him back from this step, which day by day he saw more clearly was the only one possible. His new overlord would demand the service of one of his sons, and the old emperor had no son, only 3 daughters. Look on which side he would, nothing but ruin seemed to lie before him, and he became so gloomy that his daughters were frightened, and did everything they could think of to cheer him up, but all to no purpose. At length, one day when they were at dinner, the eldest of the 3 summoned up all her courage, and said to her father, "What secret grief is troubling you? Are your subjects discontented, or have we given you cause for displeasure? To smooth away your wrinkles we would gladly shed our blood, for our lives are bound up in yours, and this you know." "My daughter," answered the emperor, "what you say is true. Never have you given me one moment's pain, yet now you cannot help me. Ah, why is not one of you a boy?" "I don't understand," she answered in surprise. "Tell us what is wrong, and though we are not boys, we are not quite useless." "But what can you do, my dear children? Spin, sew, and weave, that is all your learning. Only a warrior can deliver me now, a young giant who is strong to wield the battle axe, whose sword deals deadly blows. But why do you need a son so much at present? Tell us all about it. It will not make matters worse if we know.' 'Listen then, my daughters, and learn the reason of my sorrow. You have heard that as long as I was young no man ever brought an army against me without it costing him dear. But the years have chilled my blood and drunk my strength, and now the deer can roam the forest my arrows will never pierce his heart. Strange soldiers will set fire to my houses and water their horses at my wells, and my arm cannot hinder them. No, my day is past, and the time has come when I too must bow my head under the yoke of my foe. But who is to give him the 10 years' service that is part of the price which the vanquished must pay?' 'I will!' cried the eldest girl, springing to her feet. But her father only shook his head sadly. 'Never will I bring shame upon you,' urged the girl. 'Let me go. Am I not a princess and the daughter of an emperor?' 'Go then,' he said. The brave girl's heart almost stopped beating from joy as she set about her preparations. She was not still for a single moment, but danced about the house, turning chests and wardrobes upside down. She set aside enough things for a whole year, dresses embroidered with gold and precious stones, and a great store of provisions. And she chose the most spirited horse in the stable, with eyes of flame and a coat of shining silver. When her father saw her mounted and curvetting about the court, he gave her much wise advice as to how she was to behave like the young man she appeared to be, and also how to behave as the girl she really was. Then he gave her his blessing, and she touched her horse with the spur. The silver armour of herself and her steed dazzled the eyes of the people as she darted past. She was soon out of sight, and if after a few miles she had not pulled up to allow her escort to join her, the rest of the journey would have been performed alone. But though none of his daughters were aware of the fact, the old emperor was a magician, and had laid his plans accordingly. He managed, unseen, to overtake his daughter and throw a bridge of copper over a stream which she would have to cross. Then, changing himself into a wolf, he lay down under one of the arches and waited. He had chosen his time well, and in about half an hour the sound of a horse's hoofs was heard. His feet were almost on the bridge when a big grey wolf with grinning teeth appeared before the princess. With a deep growl that froze the blood, he drew himself up and prepared to spring. The appearance of the wolf was so sudden and so unexpected that the girl was almost paralysed, and never even dreamt of flight, till the horse leaped violently to one side. Then she turned him round, and urging him to his fullest speed, never drew rein till she saw the gates of the palace rising before her. The old emperor, who had got back long since, came to the door to meet her, and touching her shining armour, he said: 'Did I not tell you, my child, that flies do not make honey?' The days passed on, and one morning the second princess implored her father to allow her to try the adventure in which her sister had made such a failure. He listened unwillingly, feeling sure it was no use, but she begged so hard that in the end he consented, and having chosen her arms she rode away. But though, unlike her sister, she was quite prepared for the appearance of the wolf, when she reached the copper bridge she showed no greater courage, and galloped home as fast as her horse could carry her. On the steps of the castle her father was standing, and as still trembling with fright she knelt at his feet, he said gently: 'Did I not tell you, my child, that every bird is not caught in a net?' The three girls stayed quietly in the palace for a little while, embroidering, spinning, weaving, and tending their birds and flowers, when early one morning the youngest princess entered the door of the emperor's private apartments. 'My father, it is my turn now. Perhaps I shall get the better of that wolf.' 'What, do you think you are braver than your sisters, vain little one? You who have hardly left your long clothes behind you.' But she did not mind being laughed at, and answered: 'For your sake, father, I would cut the devil himself into small bits, or even become a devil myself. I think I shall succeed. But If I fail, I shall come home without more shame than my sisters.' Still the emperor hesitated, but the girl petted and coaxed him till at last he said: 'Well, well, if you must go, you must. It remains to be seen what I shall get by it, except perhaps a good laugh when I see you come back with your head bent and your eyes on the ground.' 'He laughs best who laughs last,' said the princess. Happy at having got her way, the princess decided that the first thing to be done was to find some old white haired boyard whose advice she could trust, and then to be very careful in choosing her horse. So she went straight to the stables, where the most beautiful horses in the empire were feeding in the stalls, but none of them seemed quite what she wanted. Almost in despair she reached the last box of all, which was occupied by her father's ancient war horse, old and worn like himself, stretched sadly out on the straw. The girl's eyes filled with tears, and she stood gazing at him. The horse lifted his head, gave a little neigh, and said softly: 'You look gentle and pitiful, but I know it is your love for your father which makes you tender to me. Ah, what a warrior he was, and what good times we shared together! But now I too have grown old, and my master has forgotten me. And there is no reason to care whether my coat is dull or shining. Yet it is not too late, and if I were properly tended, in a week I could vie with any horse in the stables.' 'And how should you be tended?' asked the girl. 'I must be rubbed down morning and evening with rain water. My barley must be boiled in milk, because of my bad teeth, and my feet must be washed in oil.' 'I should like to try the treatment, as you might help me in carrying out my scheme.' 'Try it then, mistress, and I promise you will never repent.' So in a week's time the horse woke up one morning with a sudden shiver through all his limbs, and when it had passed away, he found his skin shining like a mirror, his body as fat as a watermelon, his movement light as a chamois. Then looking at the princess, who had come early to the stable, he said joyfully: 'May success await on the steps of my master's daughter, for she has given me back my life. Tell me what I can do for you, princess, and I will do it.' 'I want to go to the emperor, who is our overlord, and I have no one to advise me. Which of all the white headed boyards should I choose as counsellor?' 'If you have me you need no one else. I will serve you as I served your father, if you will only listen to what I say.' 'I will listen to everything. Can you start in 3 days?' 'This moment, if you like,' said the horse. The preparations of the emperor's youngest daughter were much fewer and simpler than those of her sisters. They only consisted of some boy's clothes, a small quantity of linen and food, and a little money in case of necessity. Then she bade farewell to her father and rode away. A day's journey from the palace she reached the copper bridge, but before they came in sight of it, the horse, who was a magician, had warned her of the means her father would take to prove her courage. Still, in spite of his warning, she trembled all over when a huge wolf, as thin as if he had fasted for a month, with claws like saws, and mouth as wide as an oven, bounded howling towards her. For a moment her heart failed her, but the next, touching the horse lightly with her spur, she drew her sword from its sheath, ready to separate the wolf's head from its body at a single blow. The beast saw the sword and shrank back, which was the best thing it could do, as now the girl's blood was up and the light of battle in her eyes. Then without looking round she rode across the bridge. The emperor, proud of this first victory, took a short cut and waited for her at the end of another day's journey, close to a river over which he threw a bridge of silver, and this time he took the shape of a lion. But the horse guessed this new danger and told the princess how to escape it. But it is one thing to receive advice when we feel safe and comfortable, and quite another to be able to carry it out when some awful peril is threatening us. And if the wolf had made the girl quake with terror, it seemed like a lamb beside this dreadful lion. At the sound of his roar the very trees quivered, and his claws were so large that every one of them looked like a cutlass. The breath of the princess came and went, and her feet rattled in the stirrups. Suddenly the remembrance flashed across her of the wolf whom she had put to flight, and waving her sword, she rushed so violently on the lion that he had barely time to spring on one side so as to avoid the blow. Then like a flash she crossed this bridge also. Now during her whole life the princess had been so carefully brought up that she had never left the gardens of the palace, so that the sight of the hills and valleys and tinkling streams, and the song of the larks and blackbirds, made her almost beside herself with wonder and delight. She longed to get down and bathe her face in the clear pools, and pick the brilliant flowers, but the horse said "No," and quickened his pace, neither turning to the right or the left. "Warriors," he told her, "only rest when they have won the victory. You have still another battle to fight, and it is the hardest of all." This time it was neither a wolf nor a lion that was waiting for her at the end of the third day's journey, but a dragon with 12 heads and a golden bridge behind it. The princess rode up without seeing anything to frighten her, when a sudden puff of smoke and flame from beneath her feet caused her to look down, and there was the horrible creature, twisted and writhing, its 12 heads reared up as if to seize her between them. The bridle fell from her hand, and the sword which she had just grasped slid back into its sheath, but the horse bade her fear nothing, and with a mighty effort she sat upright and spurred straight on the dragon. The fight lasted an hour, and the dragon pressed her hard, but in the end, by a well directed side blow, she cut off one of the heads, and with a roar that seemed to rend the heavens in two, the dragon fell back on the ground, and rose as a man before her. Although the horse had informed the princess the dragon was really her own father, the girl had hardly believed him, and stared in amazement at the transformation, but he flung his arms round her and pressed her to his heart, saying: "Now I see that you are as brave as the bravest, and as wise as the wisest. You have chosen the right horse, for without his help you would have returned with a bent head and downcast eyes. You have filled me with the hope that you may carry out the task you have undertaken. But be careful to forget none of my counsels, and above all to listen to those of your horse." When he had done speaking, the princess knelt down to receive his blessing, and they went their different ways. The princess rode on, till at last she came to the mountains which hold up the roof of the world. There she met 2 genii who had been fighting fiercely for 2 years, without one having got the least advantage over the other. Seeing what they took to be a young man seeking adventures, one of the combatants called out: "Vaetvruners, deliver me from my enemy, and I will give you the horn that can be heard the distance of a 3 days' journey." While the other cried: "Vaetvruners, help me to conquer this pagan thief, and you shall have my horse, Sunlight." Before answering, the princess consulted her own horse as to which offer she should accept, and he advised her to side with the genius who was master of Sunlight, his own younger brother, and still more active than himself. So the girl at once attacked the other genius, and soon clove his skull. Then the one who was left victor begged her to come back with him to his house, and he would hand her over Sunlight, as he had promised. The mother of the genius was rejoiced to see her son return safe and sound, and prepared her best room for the princess, who, after so much fatigue, needed rest badly. But the girl declared that she must first make her horse comfortable in his stable, but this was really only an excuse, as she wanted to ask his advice on several matters. But the old woman had suspected from the very first that the boy who had come to the rescue of her son was a girl in disguise, and told the genius that she was exactly the wife he needed. The genius scoffed, and inquired what female hand could ever wield a sabre like that. But, in spite of his sneers, his mother persisted, and as a proof of what she said, laid at night on each of their pillows a handful of magic flowers, that fade at the touch of man, but remain eternally fresh in the fingers of a woman. It was very clever of her, but unluckily the horse had warned the princess what to expect, and when the house was silent she stole very softly to the genius's room, and exchanged his faded flowers for those she held. Then she crept back to her own bed and fell fast asleep. At break of day the old woman ran to see her son, and found, as she knew she would, a bunch of dead flowers in his hand. She next passed on to the bedside of the princess, who still lay asleep, grasping the withered flowers. But she did not believe any the more that her guest was a man, and so she told her son. So they put their heads together and laid another trap for her. After breakfast the genius gave his arm to his guest, and asked her to come with him into the garden. For some time they walked about looking at the flowers, the genius all the while pressing her to pick any she fancied. But the princess, suspecting a trap, inquired roughly why they were wasting the precious hours in the garden, when, as men, they should be in the stables, looking after their horses. Then the genius told his mother that she was quite wrong, and his deliverer was certainly a man. But the old woman was not convinced for all that. She would try once more, she said, and her son must lead his visitor into the armoury, where hung every kind of weapon used all over the world, some plain and bare, others ornamented with precious stones, and beg her to make choice of one of them. The princess looked at them closely, and felt the edges and points of their blades. Then she hung at her belt an old sword with a curved blade that would have done credit to an ancient warrior. After this she informed the genius that she would start early next day and take Sunlight with her, and there was nothing for the mother to do but to submit, though she still stuck to her own opinion. The princess mounted Sunlight and touched him with her spur, when the old horse, who was galloping at her side, suddenly said: "Up to this time, mistress, you have obeyed my counsels, and all has gone well. Listen to me once more, and do what I tell you. I am old, and, now that there is someone to take my place, I will confess it, I am afraid that my strength is not equal to the task that lies before me. Give me leave, therefore, to return home, and do you continue your journey under the care of my brother. Put your faith in him as you put it in me, and you will never repent. Wisdom has come early to Sunlight." "Yes, my old comrade, you have served me well, and it is only through your help that up to now I have been victorious. So grieved though I am to say farewell, I will obey you yet once more, and will listen to your brother as I would to yourself. Only I must have proof that he loves me as well as you do." "How should I not love you?" answered Sunlight. "How should I not be proud to serve a warrior such as you? Trust me, mistress, and you shall never regret the absence of my brother. I know there will be difficulties in our path, but we will face them together."
Then, with tears in her eyes, the princess took leave of her old horse, who galloped back to her father. She had ridden only a few miles further, when she saw a golden curl lying on the road before her. Checking her horse, she asked whether it would be better to take it or let it lie.
"If you take it," said Sunlight, "you will repent, and if you don't, you will repent too. So take it."
On this the girl dismounted, and picking up the curl, wound it round her neck for safety. They passed by hills, they passed by mountains, they passed through valleys, leaving behind them thick forests, and fields covered with flowers, and at length they reached the court of the overlord. He was sitting on his throne, surrounded by the sons of the other emperors, who served him as pages. These youths came forward to greet their new companion, and wondered why they felt so attracted towards him. However, there was no time for talking and concealing her fright. The princess was led straight up to the throne, and explained, in a low voice, the reason of her coming. The emperor received her kindly, and declared himself fortunate at finding a vassal so brave and so charming, and begged the princess to remain in attendance on his person. She was, however, very careful in her behaviour towards the other pages, whose way of life did not please her. One day, however, she had been amusing herself by making sweetmeats, when two of the young princes looked in to pay her a visit. She offered them some of the food which was already on the table, and they thought it so delicious that they even licked their fingers so as not to lose a morsel. Of course they did not keep the news of their discovery to themselves, but told all their companions that they had just been enjoying the best supper they had had since they were born, and from that moment the princess was left no peace till she had promised to cook them all a dinner.
Now it happened that, on the very day fixed, all the cooks in the palace became intoxicated, and there was no one to make up the fire. When the pages heard of this shocking state of things, they went to their companion and implored her to come to the rescue. The princess was fond of cooking, and was, besides, very good natured, so she put on an apron and went down to the kitchen without delay. When the dinner was placed before the emperor, he found it so nice that he ate much more than was good for him. The next morning, as soon as he woke, he sent for his head cook, and told him to send up the same dishes as before. The cook, seized with fright at this command, which he knew he could not fulfil, fell on his knees and confessed the truth. The emperor was so astonished that he forgot to scold, and while he was thinking over the matter, some of his pages came in and said that their new companion had been heard to boast that he knew where Iliane was to be found, the celebrated Iliane of the song which begins, "Golden hair, the fields are green," and that to their certain knowledge he had a curl of her hair in his possession. When he heard that, the emperor desired the page to be brought before him, and as soon as the princess obeyed his summons, he said to her abruptly: "Fetferners, you have hidden from me the fact that you knew the golden-haired Iliane. Why did you do this? For I have treated you more kindly than all my other pages." Then, after making the princess show him the golden curl which she wore round her neck, he added: "Listen to me. Unless by some means or other you bring the owner of this lock, I will have your head cut off in the place where you stand. Now go." In vain the poor girl tried to explain how the lock of hair came into her possession. The emperor would listen to nothing, and bowing low she left his presence, and went to consult Sunlight what she was to do. At his first words she brightened up. "Do not be afraid, mistress. Only last night my brother appeared to me in a dream, and told me that a genius had carried off Iliane, whose hair you picked up on the road. But Iliane declares that before she marries her captor he must bring her as a present the whole stud of mares which belonged to her. The genius, half crazy with love, thinks of nothing night and day but how this can be done, and meanwhile she is quite safe in the island swamps of the sea. Go back to the emperor, and ask him for 20 ships filled with precious merchandise. The rest you shall know by and by." On hearing this advice, the princess went at once into the emperor's presence. "May a long life be yours, O sovereign almighty," said she. "I have come to tell you that I can do as you command, if you will give me 20 ships and load them with the most precious wares in your kingdom." "You shall have all that I possess if you will bring me the golden-haired Iliane," said the emperor. The ships were soon ready, and the princess entered the largest and finest, with Sunlight at her side. Then the sails were spread, and the voyage began. For 7 weeks the wind blew them straight towards the west, and early one morning they caught sight of the island swamps of the sea. They cast anchor in a little bay, and the princess made haste to disembark with Sunlight, but, before leaving the ship, she tied to her belt a pair of tiny gold slippers adorned with precious stones. Then, mounting Sunlight, she rode about till she came to several palaces, built on hinges, so that they could always turn towards the sun. The most splendid of these was guarded by 3 slaves, whose greedy eyes were caught by the glistening gold of the slippers. They hastened up to the owner of these treasures, and inquired who he was. "A merchant," replied the princess, "who had somehow missed his road, and lost himself among the island swamps of the sea." Not knowing if it was proper to receive him or not, the slaves returned to their mistress and told her all they had seen, but not before she had caught sight of the merchant from the roof of her palace. Luckily her jailer was away, always trying to catch the stud of mares, so for the moment she was free and alone. The slaves told their tale so well that their mistress insisted on going down to the shore and seeing the beautiful slippers for herself. They were even lovelier than she expected, and when the merchant besought her to come on board and inspect some that he thought were finer still, her curiosity was too great to refuse, and she went. Once on board ship, she was so busy turning over all the precious things stored there, that she never knew that the sails were spread, and that they were flying along with the wind behind them, and when she did know, she rejoiced in her heart, though she pretended to weep and lament at being carried captive a second time. Thus they arrived at the court of the emperor. They were just about to land, when the mother of the genius stood before them. She had learnt that Iliane had fled from her prison in company with a merchant, and, as her son was absent, had come herself in pursuit. Striding over the blue waters, hopping from wave to wave, one foot reaching to heaven and the other planted in the foam, she was close at their heels, breathing fire and flame, when they stepped on shore from the ship. One glance told Iliane who the horrible old woman was, and she whispered hastily to her companion. Without saying a word, the princess swung her onto Sunlight's saddle, and leaping up behind her, they were off like a flash. It was not till they drew near the town that the princess stooped and asked Sunlight what they should do. "Put your hand into my left ear," said he, "and take out a sharp stone, which you must throw behind you." The princess did as she was told, and a huge mountain sprang up behind them. The mother of the genius began to climb up it, and though they galloped quickly, she was quicker still. They heard her coming, faster, faster, and again the princess stooped to ask what was to be done now. "Put your hand into my right ear," said the horse, "and throw the bush you will find there behind you." The princess did so, and a great forest sprang up behind them, and so thick were its leaves that even a wren could not get through. But the old woman seized hold of the branches, and flung herself like a monkey from one to the others, and always she drew nearer, always, always, till their hair was singed by the flames of her mouth. Then, in despair, the princess again bent down and asked if there was nothing more to be done, and Sunlight replied, "Quick, quick, take off the betrothal ring on the finger of Iliane and throw it behind you." This time there sprang up a great tower of stone, smooth as ivory, hard as steel, which reached up to heaven itself, and the mother of the genius gave a howl of rage, knowing that she could neither climb it nor get through it. But she was not beaten yet, and gathering herself together, she made a prodigious leap, which landed her on the top of the tower, right in the middle of Iliane's ring, which lay there, and held her tight. Only her claws could be seen grasping the battlements. All that could be done the old witch did, but the fire that poured from her mouth never reached the fugitives, though it laid waste the country 100 miles round the tower, like the flames of a volcano. Then, with one last effort to free herself, her hands gave way, and falling down to the bottom of the tower, she was broken in pieces. When the flying princess saw what had happened, she rode back to the spot, as Sunlight counselled her, and placed her finger on the top of the tower, which was gradually shrinking into the earth. In an instant the tower had vanished as if it had never been, and in its place was the finger of the princess, with a ring round it. The emperor received Iliane with all the respect that was due to her, and fell in love at first sight besides. But this did not seem to please Iliane, whose face was sad as she walked about the palace or gardens, wondering how it was that, while other girls did as they liked, she was always in the power of someone whom she hated. So when the emperor asked her to share his throne, Iliane answered, "Noble sovereign, I may not think of marriage till my stud of horses has been brought me, with their trappings all complete." When he heard this, the emperor once more sent for Fet-Fruners, and said, "Fet-Fruners, fetch me instantly the stud of Mars, with their trappings all complete. If not, your head shall pay the forfeit." "Mighty emperor, I kiss your hands. I have but just returned from doing your bidding, and behold, you send me on another mission, and stake my head on its fulfilment, when your court is full of valiant young men, pining to win their spurs. They say you are a just man, then why not entrust this quest to one of them? Where am I to seek these mares that I am to bring you?"
"How do I know? They may be anywhere in heaven or earth, but wherever they are, you will find them."
The princess bowed and went to consult Sunlight. He listened while she told her tale, and then said,
"Fetch quickly 9 buffalo skins, smear them well with tar, and lay them on my back. Do not fear, you will succeed in this also, but in the end the emperor's desires will be his undoing."
The buffalo skins were soon got, and the princess started off with Sunlight. The way was long and difficult, but at length they reached the place where the mares were grazing. Here the genius who had carried off Iliane was wandering about, trying to discover how to capture them, all the while believing that Iliane was safe in the palace where he had left her.
As soon as she caught sight of him, the princess went up and told him that Iliane had escaped, and that his mother, in her efforts to recapture her, had died of rage. At this news a blind fury took possession of the genius, and he rushed madly upon the princess, who awaited his onslaught with perfect calmness. As he came on, with his sabre lifted high in the air, Sunlight bounded right over his head, so that the sword fell harmless, and when in her turn the princess prepared to strike, the horse sank upon his knees, so that the blade pierced the genius's thigh. The fight was so fierce that it seemed as if the earth would give way under them, and for 20 miles round the beasts in the forest fled to their caves for shelter. At last, when her strength was almost gone, the genius lowered his sword for an instant. The princess saw her chance, and with one swoop of her arm severed her enemy's head from his body. Still trembling from the long struggle, she turned away and went to the meadow where the stud were feeding. By the advice of Sunlight, she took care not to let them see her, and climbed a thick tree where she could see and hear without being seen herself. Then he neighed, and the mares came galloping up, eager to see the newcomer. All but one horse, who did not like strangers, and thought they were very well as they were. As Sunlight stood his ground, well pleased with the attention paid him, this sulky creature suddenly advanced to the charge, and bit so violently that had it not been for the 9 buffalo skins, Sunlight's last moment would have come. When the fight was ended, the buffalo skins were in ribbons, and the beaten animal writhing with pain on the grass. Nothing now remained to be done but to drive the whole stud to the emperor's court. So the princess came down from the tree and mounted Sunlight, while the stud followed meekly after, the wounded horse bringing up the rear. On reaching the palace she drove them into a yard, and went to inform the emperor of her arrival. The news was told at once to Iliane, who ran down directly and called them to her one by one, each mare by its name. And at the first sight of her the wounded animal shook itself quickly, and in a moment its wounds were healed, and there was not even a mark on its glossy skin. By this time the emperor, on hearing where she was, joined her in the yard, and at her request ordered the mares to be milked, so that both he and she might bathe in the milk and keep young forever. But they would suffer no one to come near them, and the princess was commanded to perform this service also. At this the heart of the girl swelled within her. The hardest tasks were always given to her, and long before the 2 years were up she would be worn out and useless. But while these thoughts passed through her mind, a fearful rain fell, such as no man remembered before, and rose till the mares were standing up to their knees in water. Then as suddenly it stopped, and behold, the water was ice, which held the animals firmly in its grasp. And the princess's heart grew light again, and she sat down gaily to milk them, as if she had done it every morning of her life. The love of the emperor for Iliane waxed greater day by day, but she paid no heed to him, and always had an excuse ready to put off their marriage. At length, when she had come to the end of everything she could think of, she said to him one day: "Grant me, sire, just one request more, and then I will marry you, for you have waited patiently this long time." "My beautiful dove," replied the emperor, "both I and all I possess are yours, so ask your will, and you shall have it."
"Get me then," she said, "a flask of the holy water that is kept in a little church beyond the river Jordan, and I will be your wife."
Then the emperor ordered fet runners to ride without delay to the river Jordan, and to bring back, at whatever cost, the holy water for Iliane. "This, my mistress," said Sunlight when she was saddling him, "is the last and most difficult of your tasks, but fear nothing, for the hour of the emperor has struck." So they started, and the horse, who was not a wizard for nothing, told the princess exactly where she was to look for the holy water. "It stands," he said, "on the altar of a little church, and is guarded by a troop of nuns. They never sleep, night or day, but every now and then a hermit comes to visit them, and from him they learn certain things it is needful for them to know. When this happens, only one of the nuns remains on guard at a time, and if we are lucky enough to hit upon this moment, we may get hold of the vase at once. If not, we shall have to wait the arrival of the hermit, however long it may be, for there is no other means of obtaining the holy water." they came in sight of the church beyond the Jordan, and to their great joy beheld the hermit just arriving at the door. They could hear him calling the nuns around him, and saw them settle themselves under a tree, with the hermit in their midst, all but one, who remained on guard, as was the custom. The hermit had a great deal to say, and the day was very hot, so the nun, tired of sitting by herself, lay down right across the threshold, and fell sound asleep. Then Sunlight told the princess what she was to do, and the girl stepped softly over the sleeping nun, and crept like a cat along the dark aisle, feeling the wall with her fingers, lest she should fall over something and ruin it all by a noise. But she reached the altar in safety, and found the vase of holy water standing on it. This she thrust into her dress, and went back with the same care as she came. With a bound she was in the saddle, and seizing the reins, bade Sunlight take her home as fast as his legs could carry him. The sound of the flying hoofs aroused the nun, who understood instantly that the precious treasure was stolen, and her shrieks were so loud and piercing that all the rest came flying to see what was the matter. The hermit followed at their heels, but seeing it was impossible to overtake the thief, he fell on his knees and called his most deadly curse down on her head, praying that if the thief was a man he might become a woman, and if she was a woman that she might become a man. In either case he thought that the punishment would be severe. But punishments are things about which people do not always agree, and when the princess suddenly felt she was really the man she had pretended to be, she was delighted, and if the hermit had only been within reach she would have thanked him from her heart. By the time she reached the emperor's court, Fet-Fruners looked a young man all over in the eyes of everyone, and even the mother of the genius would now have had her doubts set at rest. He drew forth the vase from his tunic, and held it up to the emperor, saying, "Mighty sovereign, all hail! I have fulfilled this task also, and I hope it is the last you have for me. Let another now take his turn." "I am content, Fet-Fruners," replied the emperor, "and when I am dead it is you who will sit upon my throne, for I have yet no son to come after me. But if one is given me, and my dearest wishes accomplished, then you shall be his right hand, and guide him with your counsels." But though the emperor was satisfied, Iliane was not, and she determined to revenge herself on the emperor for the dangers which he had caused Fet-Fruners to run. And as for the vase of holy water, she thought that, in common politeness, her suitor ought to have fetched it himself, which he could have done without any risk at all. So she ordered the great bath to be filled with the milk of her mares, and begged the emperor to clothe himself in white robes and enter the bath with her, an invitation he accepted with joy. Then, when both were standing with the milk reaching to their necks, she sent for the horse which had fought Sunlight, and made a secret sign to him. The horse understood what he was to do, and from one nostril he breathed fresh air over Iliane, and from the other he snorted a burning wind which shriveled up the emperor where he stood, leaving only a little heap of ashes. His strange death, which no one could explain, made a great sensation throughout the country, and the funeral his people gave him was the most splendid ever known. When it was over, Iliane summoned Fet-Fruners before her, and addressed him thus: "Fet-Fruners, it is you who brought me and have saved my life, and obeyed my wishes. It is you who gave me back my stud, you who killed the genius, and the old witch his mother, you who brought me the holy water, and you and none other shall be my husband." "Yes, I will marry you," said the young man, with a voice almost as soft as when he was a princess. "But know that in our house it will be the cock who sings, and not the hen." End of chapter 31. Recording by Jeannie Tirado. jeannietirado.weebly.com.
Chapter 32 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 32. The Story of Halfman. In a certain town there lived a judge who was married but had no children. One day he was standing lost in thought before his house when an old man passed by. "What is the matter, sir?" said he. "You look troubled." "Oh, leave me alone, my good man." "But what is it?" persisted the other. "Well, I am successful in my profession and a person of importance, but I care nothing for it all, as I have no children." Then the old man said, "Here are 12 apples. If your wife eats them, she will have 12 sons." The judge thanked him joyfully as he took the apples and went to seek his wife. "Eat these apples at once," he cried, "and you will have 12 sons." So she sat down and ate 11 of them, but just as she was in the middle of the 12th, her sister came in, and she gave her the half that was left. The 11 sons came into the world, strong and handsome boys, but when the 12th was born, there was only half of him. By and by they all grew into men, and one day they told their father it was high time he found wives for them. "I have a brother," he answered, "who lives away in the east, and he has 12 daughters. Go and marry them." So the 12 sons saddled their horses and rode for 12 days, till they met an old woman. "Good greeting to you, young men," said she. "We have waited long for you, your uncle and I. The girls have become women, and are sought in marriage by many, but I knew you would come one day, and I have kept them for you. Follow me into my house." And the 12 brothers followed her gladly, and their father's brother stood at the door and gave them meat and drink. But at night, when everyone was asleep, Halfman crept softly to his brothers and said to them, "Listen, all of you, this man is no uncle of ours, but an ogre." "Nonsense! Of course he is our uncle," answered they. "Well, this very night you will see," said Halfman, and he did not go to bed, but hid himself and watched. Now in a little while he saw the wife of the ogre steal into the room on tiptoe and spread a red cloth over the brothers, and then go and cover her daughters with a white cloth. After that she lay down and was soon snoring loudly. When Halfman was quite sure she was sound asleep, he took the red cloth from his brothers and put it on the girls, and laid their white cloth over his brothers. Next he drew their scarlet caps from their heads and exchanged them for the veils which the ogre's daughters were wearing. This was hardly done when he heard steps coming along the floor, so he hid himself quickly in the folds of a curtain. There was only half of him. The ogress came slowly and gently along, stretching out her hands before her, so that she might not fall against anything unawares, for she had only a tiny lantern slung at her waist, which did not give much light. And when she reached the place where the sisters were lying, she stooped down and held a corner of the cloth up to the lantern. Yes, it certainly was red. Still, to make sure that there was no mistake, she passed her hands lightly over their heads and felt the caps that covered them. Then she was quite certain the brothers lay sleeping before her, and began to kill them one by one. And Halfman whispered to his brothers, "Get up and run for your lives, as the ogress is killing her daughters." The brothers needed no second bidding, and in a moment were out of the house. By this time the ogress had slain all her daughters but one, who awoke suddenly and saw what had happened. "Mother, what are you doing?" cried she. "Do you know that you have killed my sisters?" "Oh, woe is me!" wailed the ogress. "Halfman has outwitted me after all." And she turned to wreak vengeance on him, but he and his brothers were far away. They rode all day till they got to the town where their real uncle lived, and inquired the way to his house. "Why have you been so long in coming?" asked he, when they had found him. "Oh, dear uncle, we were very nearly not coming at all," replied they. "We fell in with an ogress who took us home and would have killed us if it had not been for Halfman. He knew what was in her mind and saved us, and here we are. Now give us each a daughter to wife, and let us return whence we came." "Take them," said the uncle, "the eldest for the eldest, the second for the second, and so on to the youngest." But the wife of Halfman was the prettiest of them all, and the other brothers were jealous and said to each other, "What, is he who is only half a man to get the best? Let us put him to death and give his wife to our eldest brother." And they waited for a chance. After they had all ridden in company with their brides for some distance, they arrived at a brook, And one of them asked, "Now who will go and fetch water from the brook?" "Halfman is the youngest," said the elder brother. "He must go." So Halfman got down and filled a skin with water, and they drew it up by a rope and drank. When they had done drinking, Halfman, who was standing in the middle of the stream, called out, "Throw me the rope and draw me up, for I cannot get out alone." And the brothers threw him a rope to draw him up the steep bank. But when he was halfway up, they cut the rope, and he fell back into the stream. Then the brothers rowed away as fast as they could with his bride. Halfman sank down under the water from the force of the fall. But before he touched the bottom, a fish came and said to him, "Fear nothing, Halfman, I will help you." And the fish guided him to a shallow place so that he scrambled out. On the way it said to him, "Do you understand what your brothers, whom you saved from death, have done to you?" "Yes, but what am I to do?" asked Halfman. "Take one of my scales," said the fish, "and when you find yourself in danger, throw it in the fire. Then I will appear before you." "Thank you," said Halfman, and went his way, while the fish swam back to its home. The country was strange to Halfman, and he wandered about without knowing where he was going, till he suddenly found the ogress standing before him. "Ah, Halfman, have I got you at last? You killed my daughters and helped your brothers to escape. What do you think I shall do with you?" "Whatever you like," said Halfman. "Come into my house then," said the ogress, and he followed her. "Look here," she called to her husband, "I have got hold of Halfman. I am going to roast him, so be quick and make up the fire." So the ogre brought wood and heaped it till the flames roared up the chimney. Then he turned to his wife and said, "It is all ready, let us put him on." "What is the hurry, my good ogre?" asked Halfman. "You have me in your power, and I cannot escape. I am so thin now, I shall hardly make one mouthful. Better fatten me up, you will enjoy me much more." "That is a very sensible remark," replied the ogre. "But what fattens you quickest?" "Butter, meat, and red wine," answered Halfman. "Very good. We will lock you into this room, and here you shall stay till you are ready for eating." So Halfman was locked into the room, and the ogre and his wife brought him his food. At the end of 3 months he said to his jailers, "Now I have got quite fat. Take me out and kill me." "Get out then," said the ogre. "But," went on Halfman, "you and your wife had better go invite your friends to the feast, and your daughter can stay in the house and look after me." "Yes, that is a good idea," answered they. "You had better bring the wood in here," continued Halfman, "and I will split it up small, so that there may be no delay in cooking me." So the ogress gave Halfman a pile of wood and an axe, and then set out with her husband, leaving Halfman and her daughter busy in the house. After he had chopped for a little while, he called to the girl, "Come and help me, or else I shan't have it all ready when your mother gets back." "All right," said she, and held a billet of wood for him to chop. But he raised his axe and cut off her head, and ran away like the wind. By and by the ogre and his wife returned, and they found their daughter lying without her head. And they began to cry and sob, saying, "This is Halfman's work. Why did we listen to him?" But Halfman was far away. When he escaped from the house, he ran on straight before him for some time, looking for a safe shelter, as he knew that the ogre's legs were much stronger than his, and that it was his only chance. At last he saw an iron tower, which he climbed up. Soon the ogre appeared, looking right and left, lest his prey should be sheltering behind a rock or tree, but he did not know Halfman was so near till he heard his voice calling, "Come up, come up, you will find me here." "But how can I come up?" said the ogre. "I see no door, and I could not possibly climb that tower." "Oh, there is no door," replied Halfman. "Then how did you climb up?" "A fish carried me on his back." "And what am I to do?" "You must go and fetch all your relations and tell them to bring plenty of sticks. Then you must light a fire and let it burn till the tower becomes red hot. After that you can easily throw it down." Very good, said the ogre, and he went round to every relation he had and told them to collect wood and bring it to the tower when Halfman was. The men did as they were ordered, and soon the tower was glowing like coral. But when they flung themselves against it to overthrow it, they caught themselves on fire and were burnt to death. And overhead sat Halfman, laughing heartily. But the ogre's wife was still alive, for she had taken no part in kindling the fire. "Oh!" she shrieked with rage, "you have killed my daughters and my husband and all the men belonging to me. How can I get at you to avenge myself?" "Oh, that is easy enough," said Halfman. "I will let down a rope, and if you tie it tightly around you, I will draw it up." "All right," returned the ogress, fastening the rope which Halfman let down. "Now pull me up." "Are you quite sure it's secure?" "Yes, quite sure." "Don't be afraid." "Oh, I am not afraid at all." So Halfman slowly drew her up, and when she was near the top, he let go the rope, and she fell down and broke her neck. Then Halfman heaved a great sigh, and said that was hard work. The rope has hurt my hands badly, but now I am rid of her for ever. So Halfman came down from the tower and went on, till he got to a desert place, and as he was very tired he lay down to sleep. While it was still dark, an ogress passed by, and she woke him and said, "Halfman, tomorrow your brother is to marry your wife." "Oh, how can I stop it?" asked he. "Will you help me?" "Yes, I will," replied the ogress. Thank you," cried Halfman, kissing her on the forehead. "My wife is dearer to me than anything else in the world, and it is not my brother's fault that I am not dead long ago." "Very well, I will rid you of him," said the ogress, "but only on one condition. If a boy is born to you, you must give him to me." "Oh, anything," answered Halfman, "as long as you deliver me from my brother and get me my wife." "Mount on my back then, and in a quarter of an hour we shall be there." The ogress was as good as her word, and in a few minutes they arrived at the outskirts of the town where Halfman and his brothers lived. Here she left him while she went into the town itself, and found the wedding guests just leaving the brothers' house. Unnoticed by anyone, the ogress crept into a curtain, changing herself into a scorpion, and when the brother was going to get into bed, she stung him behind the ear, so that he fell dead where he stood. Then she returned to Halfman and told him to go and claim his bride. He jumped up hastily from his seat and took the road to his father's house. As he drew near he heard sounds of weeping and lamentations, and he said to a man he met, "What is the matter?" "The judge's eldest son was married today, and died suddenly before night." "Well," thought Halfman, "my conscience is clear anyway, for it is quite plain he coveted my wife, and that is why he tried to drown me." He went at once to his father's room and found him sitting in tears on the floor. "Dear father," said Halfman, "are you not glad to see me? You weep for my brother, but I am your son too, and he stole my bride from me and tried to drown me in the brook. If he is dead, I at least am alive." "No, no, he was better than you," moaned the father. "Why, dear father?" "He told me you had behaved very ill," said he. "Well, call my brothers," answered Halfman, "as I have a story to tell them." So the father called them all into his presence. Then Halfman began. "After we were 12 days' journey from home, we met an ogress who gave us greeting and said, 'Why have you been so long coming? The daughters of your uncle have waited for you in vain,' and she bade us follow her to the house, saying, 'Now there need be no more delay. You can marry your cousins as soon as you please, and take them with you to your own home.' But I warned my brothers that the man was not our uncle, but an ogre. When we lay down to sleep, she spread a red cloth over us and covered her daughters with a white one, but I changed the cloths, and when the ogress came back in the middle of the night and looked at the cloths, she mistook her own daughters for my brothers, and killed them one by one, all but the youngest. Then I woke my brothers, and we all stole softly from the house, and we rode like the wind to our real uncle. And when he saw us, he bade us welcome, and married us to his 12 daughters, the eldest to the eldest, and so on to me. whose bride was the youngest of all and also the prettiest. And my brothers were filled with envy and left me to drown in a brook, but I was saved by a fish who showed me how to get out. Now, you are a judge. Who did well and who did evil, I or my brothers?" "Is this story true?" said the father, turning to his sons. "It is true, my father," answered they. "It is even as Halfman has said, and the girl belongs to him." Then the judge embraced Halfman and said to him, "You have done well, my son. Take your bride, and may you both live long and happily together." At the end of the year Halfman's wife had a son, and not long after she came one day hastily into the room and found her husband weeping. "What is the matter?" she asked. "The matter?" said he. "Yes, why are you weeping?" "Because," replied Halfman, "the baby is not really ours, but belongs to an ogress." "Are you mad?" cried the wife. "What do you mean by talking like that?" "I promised," said Halfman, "when she undertook to kill my brother and to give you to me, that the first son we had should be hers." "And will she take him from us now?" said the poor woman. "No, not quite yet," replied Halfman. "When he is bigger." "And is she to have all our children?" asked she. "No, only this one," returned Halfman. Day by day the boy grew bigger, and one day as he was playing in the street with the other children, the ogress came by. "Go to your father," she said, "and repeat this speech to him. 'I want my forfeit. When am I to have it?'" "All right," replied the child, but when he went home forgot all about it. The next day the ogress came again and asked the boy what answer the father had given. "I forgot all about it," said he. "Well, put this ring on your finger, and then you won't forget." "Very well," replied the boy, and went home. The next morning, as he was at breakfast, his mother said to him, "Child, where did you get that ring?" "A woman gave it to me yesterday, and she told me, father, to tell you that she wanted her forfeit, and when was she to have it?" Then his father burst into tears, and said, "If she comes again, you must say to her that your parents bid her take her forfeit at once and depart." At this they both began to weep afresh, and his mother kissed him and put on his new clothes, and said, "If the woman bids you to follow her, you must go." But the boy did not heed her grief. He was so pleased with his new clothes, and when he went out he said to his playfellows, "Look how smart I am! I am going away with my aunt to foreign lands." At that moment the ogress came up and asked him, "Did you give my message to your father and mother?" "Yes, dear aunt, I did." "And what did they say?" "Take it away at once." So she took him. But when dinner time came and the boy did not return, his father and mother knew that he would never come back, and they sat down and wept all day. At last Halfman rose up and said to his wife, "Be comforted. We will wait a year, and then I will go to the ogress and see the boy and how he is cared for." "Yes, that will be the best," said she. The year passed away. Then Halfman saddled his horse and rode to the place where the ogress had found him sleeping. She was not there, but not knowing what to do next, he got off his horse and waited. About midnight she suddenly stood before him. "Halfman, why did you come here?" said she. "I have a question I want to ask you." "Well, ask it, but I know quite well what it is. Your wife wishes you to ask whether I shall carry off your second son, as I did the first." "Yes, that is it," replied Halfman. Then he seized her hand and said, "Oh, let me see my son, and how he looks, and what he's doing." The ogress was silent, but stuck her staff hard in the earth, and the earth opened, and the boy appeared and said, "Dear father, have you come too?" And his father clasped him in his arms and began to cry. But the boy struggled to be free, saying, "Dear father, put me down. I have got a new mother, who is better than the old one, and a new father, who is better than you." Then his father sat him down and said, Go in peace, my boy, but listen first to me. Tell your father the ogre and your mother the ogress that never more shall they have any children of mine." "All right," replied the boy, and called, "Mother, what is it?" "You are never to take any more of my father and mother's children." "Now that I have got you, I don't want any more," answered she. Then the boy turned to his father and said, "Go in peace, dear father, and give my mother greeting, and tell her not to be anxious any more, for she can keep all her children." And Halfman mounted his horse and rode home, and told his wife all he had seen, and the message sent by Mohammed, the son of Halfman, the son of the judge. End of chapter 32.
Chapter 33 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. The Prince Who Wanted to See the World. There was once a king who had only one son, and this young man tormented his father from morning till night to allow him to travel in far countries. For a long time the king refused to give him leave, but at last, wearied out, he granted permission, and ordered his treasurer to produce a large sum of money for the prince's expenses. The youth was overjoyed at the thought that he was really going to see the world, and after tenderly embracing his father, he set forth. He rode on for some weeks without meeting with any adventures, but one night, when he was resting at an inn, he came across another traveller, with whom he fell into conversation, in the course of which the stranger inquired if he never played cards. The young man replied that he was very fond of doing so. Cards were brought, and in a very short time the prince had lost every penny he possessed to his new acquaintance. When there was absolutely nothing left at the bottom of the bag, the stranger proposed that they should have just one more game, and that if the prince won he should have the money restored to him, but in case he lost should remain in the inn for 3 years, and besides that should be his servant for another 3. The prince agreed to those terms, played, and lost. So the stranger took rooms for him, and furnished him with bread and water every day for 3 years. The prince lamented his lot, but it was no use, and at the end of 3 years he was released, and had to go to the house of the stranger, who was really the king of a neighbouring country, and be his servant. Before he had gone very far he met a woman carrying a child which was crying from hunger. The prince took it from her, and fed it with his last crust of bread and last drop of water, and then gave it back to its mother. The woman thanked him gratefully, and said, "Listen, my lord, you must walk straight on till you notice a very strong scent, which comes from a garden by the side of the road. Go in and hide yourself close to a tank, where 3 doves will come to bath. As the last one flies past you, catch hold of its robe of feathers, and refuse to give it back till the dove has promised you 3 things." The young man did as he was told, and everything happened as the woman had said. He took the robe of feathers from the dove, who gave him in exchange for it a ring, a collar, and one of its own plums, saying, "When you are in any trouble cry, 'Come to my aid, O dove!' I am the daughter of the king you are going to serve, who hates your father and made you gamble in order to cause your ruin." Thus the prince went on his way, and in course of time he arrived at the king's palace. As soon as his master knew he was there, the young man was sent for into his presence, and 3 bags were handed to him with these words, "Take this wheat, this millet, and this barley, and sow them at once, so that I may have loaves of them all to-morrow." The prince stood speechless at this command, but the king did not condescend to give any further explanation, and when he was dismissed the young man flew to the room which had been set aside for him, and pulling out his feather he cried, "Dove, dove, be quick and come." "What is it?" said the dove, flying in through the open window, and the prince told her of the task before him, and of his despair at being unable to accomplish it. "Fear nothing, it will be all right," replied the dove, as she flew away again. The next morning when the prince awoke he saw the 3 loaves standing beside his bed. He jumped up and dressed, and he was scarcely ready when a page arrived with the message that he was to go at once into the king's chamber. Taking the loaves in his arm he followed the boy, and, bowing low, laid them down before the king. The monarch looked at the loaves for a moment without speaking, then he said, "Good. The man who can do this can also find the ring which my eldest daughter dropped into the sea." The prince hastened back to his room and summoned the dove, and when she heard this new command she said, "Now listen. Tomorrow take a knife and a basin and go down to the shore and get into a boat you will find there." The young man didn't know what he was to do when he was in the boat or where he was to go, but as the dove had come to his rescue before, he was ready to obey her blindly. When he reached the boat he found the dove perched on one of the masts, and at a signal from her he put to sea. The wind was behind them, and they soon lost sight of land. The dove then spoke for the first time and said, "Take that knife and cut off my head, but be careful that not a single drop of blood falls to the ground. Afterward you must throw it into the sea." Wondering at this strange order, the prince picked up his knife and severed the dove's head from her body at one stroke. A little while after a dove rose from the water with a ring in its beak, and laying it in the prince's hand dabbled itself with the blood that was in the basin, when its head became that of a beautiful girl. Another moment and it had vanished completely, and the prince took the ring and made his way back to the palace. The king stared with surprise at the sight of the ring, but he thought of another way of getting rid of the young man, which was surer even than the other two. "This evening you will mount my colt and ride him to the field, and break him in properly." The prince received this command as silently as he had received the rest, but no sooner was he in his room than he called for the dove, who said, "Attend to me. My father longs to see you dead, and thinks he will kill you by this means. He himself is the colt, my mother is the saddle, my two sisters are the stirrups, and I am the bridle. Do not forget to take a good club to help you in dealing with such a crew." So the prince mounted the colt and gave him such a beating that when he came to the palace to announce that the animal was now so meek that it could be ridden by the smallest child, he found the king so bruised that he had to be wrapped in cloths dipped in vinegar. The mother was too stiff to move, and several of the daughters' ribs were broken. The youngest, however, was quite unharmed. That night she came to the prince and whispered to him, "Now that they are all in too much pain to move, we had better seize our chance and run away. Go to the stable and saddle the leanest horse you can find there." But the prince was foolish enough to choose the fattest, and when they had started and the princess saw what he had done, she was very sorry, for though this horse ran like the wind, the other flashed like thought. However, it was dangerous to go back, and they rode on as fast as the horse would go. In the night the king sent for his youngest daughter, and as she did not come he sent again, but she did not come any the more for that. The queen, who was a witch, discovered that her daughter had gone off with the prince, and told her husband he must leave his bed and go after them. The king got slowly up, groaning with pain, and dragged himself to the stables, where he saw the lean horse still in his stall. Leaping on his back he shook the reins, and his daughter, who knew what to expect and had her eyes open, saw the horse start forward, and in the twinkling of an eye changed her own steed into a cell, the prince into a hermit, and herself into a nun. When the king reached the chapel he pulled up his horse and asked if a girl and a young man had passed that way. The hermit raised his eyes, which were bent on the ground, and said that he had not seen a living creature. The king, much disgusted at this news, and not knowing what to do, returned home and told his wife that, though he had ridden for miles, he had come across nothing but a hermit and a nun in a cell. "Why, those were the runaways, of course," she cried, flying into a passion, "and if you had only brought a scrap of the nun's dress or a bit of stone from the wall, I should have had them in my power." At these words the king hastened back to the stable and brought out the lean horse, who travelled quicker than thought. But his daughter saw him coming, and changed the horse into a plot of ground, herself into a rose tree covered with roses, and the prince into a gardener. As the king rode up, the gardener looked up from the tree which he was trimming and asked if anything was the matter. "Have you seen a young man and a girl go by?" said the king, and the gardener shook his head and replied that no one had passed that way since he had been working there. So the king turned his steps homewards and told his wife. "Idiot!" cried she, "if you had only brought me one of the roses or a handful of earth, I should have had them in my power. But there is no time to waste. I shall have to go with you myself." The girl saw them from afar, and a great fear fell on her, for she knew her mother's skill in magic of all kinds. However, she determined to fight to the end, and changed the horse into a deep pool, herself into an eel, and the prince into a turtle. But it was no use. Her mother recognized them all, and, pulling up, asked her daughter if she did not repent and would not like to come home again. The eel wagged no with her tail, and the queen told her husband to put a drop of water from the pool into a bottle, because it was only by that means that she could seize hold of her daughter. The king did as he was bid, and was just in the act of drawing the bottle out of the water after he had filled it, when the turtle knocked against and spilled it all. The king then filled it a second time, but again the turtle was too quick for him. The queen saw that she was beaten, and called down a curse on her daughter that the prince should forget all about her. After having relieved her feelings in this manner, she and the king went back to the palace. The others resumed their proper shapes and continued their journey, but the princess was so silent that at last the prince asked her what was the matter. "It is because I know you will soon forget all about me," said she, and though he laughed at her and told her it was impossible, she did not cease to believe it. They rode on and on and on till they reached the end of the world, where the prince lived, and leaving the girl in an inn, he went himself to the palace to ask leave of his father to present her to him as his bride. But in his joy at seeing his family once more, he forgot all about her, and even listened when the king spoke of arranging a marriage for him. When the poor girl heard this, she wept bitterly, and cried out, "Come to me, my sisters, for I need you badly." In a moment they stood beside her, and the elder one said, "Do not be sad, all will go well." And they told the innkeeper that if any of the king's servants wanted any birds for their master, they were to be sent up to them, as they had 3 doves for sale. And so it fell out, and as the doves were very beautiful, the servants bought them for the king, who admired them so much that he called his son to look at them. The prince was much pleased with the doves, and was coaxing them to come to him, when one fluttered on to the top of the window and said, "If you could only hear us speak, you would admire us still more." And another perched on a table and added, "Talk away, it might help him to remember." And the third flew on his shoulder and whispered to him, "Put on this ring, prince, and see if it fits you." And it did. Then they hung a collar round his neck, and held a feather on which was written the name of the dove. And at last his memory came back to him, and he declared he would marry the princess and nobody else. So the next day the wedding took place, and they lived happy till they died. From the Portuguese. End of The Prince Who Wanted to See the World. Read by Julia Niedermeyer.
Chapter 34 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Camden Britton. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang, Chapter 34. Virgilius the Sorcerer. Long, long ago, there was born to a Roman knight and his wife Maia a little boy called Virgilius. While he was still quite little, his father died, and the kinsmen, instead of being a help and protection to the child and his mother, robbed them of their lands and money, and the widow, fearing that they might take the boy's life also, sent him away to Spain, that he might study in the great University of Toledo. Virgilius was fond of books, and pored over them all day long. But one afternoon, when the boys were given a holiday, he took a long walk, and found himself in a place where he had never been before. In front of him was a cave, and as no boy ever sees a cave without entering it, he went in. The cave was so deep that it seemed to Virgilius as if it must run far into the heart of the mountain, and he thought he would like to see if it came out anywhere on the other side. For some time he walked on in pitch darkness. But he went steadily on, and by a glimmer of light shot across the floor, and he heard a voice calling, "Virgilius! Virgilius!" "Who calls?" he asked, stopping and looking around. "Virgilius!" answered the voice. "Do you mark upon the ground where you are standing a slide or bolt?" "I do," replied Virgilius. "Then," said the voice, "draw back that bolt and set me free." "But who are you?" asked Virgilius, who never did anything in a hurry. "I am an evil spirit," said the voice, "shut up here till doomsday, unless a man sets me free. If you will let me out, I will give you some magic books, which will make you wiser than any other man." Now Virgilius loved wisdom, and was tempted by these promises. But again his prudence came to his aid, and he demanded that the books should be handed over to him first, and that he should be told how to use them. The evil spirit, unable to help itself, did as Virgilius bade him, and then the bolt was drawn back. Underneath was a small hole, and out of this the evil spirit gradually wriggled himself. But it took some time, for when at last he stood upon the ground, he proved to be about 3 times as large as Virgilius himself, and coal-black besides. "Why, you can't have been as big as that when you were in the hole," cried Virgilius. "But I was," replied the spirit. "I don't believe it," answered Virgilius. "Well, I'll just get in and show you," said the spirit, and after turning and twisting and curling himself up, then he lay neatly packed into the hole. Then Virgilius drew the bolt, and picking up the books under his arm, he left the cave. For the next few weeks, Virgilius hardly ate or slept, so busy was he in learning the magic the books contained. But at the end of that time, a messenger from his mother arrived in Toledo, begging him to come at once to Rome, as she had been ill, and could look after their affairs no longer. Though sorry to leave Toledo, where he was much thought of as showing promise of great learning, Virgilius would willingly have set out at once, but there were many things he had first to see to. So he entrusted to the messenger 4 pack horses laden with precious things, and a white palfrey on which she was to ride out every day. Then he set about his own preparations, and followed by a large train of scholars, he at length started for Rome, from which he had been absent 12 years. His mother welcomed him back with tears in her eyes, and his poor kinsmen pressed round him, but the rich ones kept away, for they feared that they would no longer be able to rob their kinsmen as they had done for many years past. Of course, Virgilius paid no attention to this behavior, though he noticed they looked with envy on the rich presents he bestowed on the poorer relations, and on anyone who had been kind to his mother. Soon after this had happened, the season of tax-gathering came around, and everyone who owned land was bound to present himself before the emperor. Like the rest, Virgilius went to court, and demanded justice from the emperor against the men who had robbed him. But as these were kinsmen to the emperor, he gained nothing, as the emperor told him he would think over the matter for the next 4 years, and then give judgment. This reply naturally did not satisfy Virgilius, and turning on his heel, he went back to his own home, and gathering in his harvest, he stored it up in his various houses. When the enemies of Virgilius heard of this, they assembled together, and laid siege to his castle. But Virgilius was a match for them. Coming forth from the castle, so as to meet them face to face, he cast a spell over them of such power that they could not move, and then bade them defiance, after which he lifted the spell, and the invading army slunk back to Rome, and reported what Virgilius had said to the emperor. Now the emperor was accustomed to have his lightest word obeyed, almost before it was uttered, and he hardly knew how to believe his ears. But he got together another army, and marched straight off to the castle. But directly they took up their position, Virgilius girded them about with a great river, so that they could neither move hand nor foot. Then, hailing the emperor, he offered him peace, and asked for his friendship. The emperor, however, was too angry to listen to anything. So Virgilius, whose patience was exhausted, feasted his own followers in the presence of the starving host, who could not stir hand or foot. Things seemed getting desperate, when a magician arrived in the camp and offered to sell his services to the emperor. His proposals were gladly accepted, and in a moment the whole of the garrison sank down as if they were dead. And Virgilius himself had much ado to keep awake. He did not know how to fight the magician, but with a great effort struggled to open his black book, which told him what spells to use. In an instant, all his foes seemed turned to stone, and where each man was, there he stayed. Some were halfway up the ladders, some had 1 foot over the wall, but wherever they might chance to be, there every man remained, even the emperor and his sorcerer. All day they stayed there, like flies upon the wall. But during the night Virgilius stole softly to the emperor, and offered him his freedom as long as he would do him justice. The emperor, who by this time was thoroughly frightened, said he would agree to anything Virgilius desired. So Virgilius took off his spells, and after feasting the army and bestowing on every man a gift, bade them return to Rome. And more than that, he built a square tower for the emperor, and each corner all that was said in that quarter of the city might be heard, while if you stood in the center, every whisper throughout Rome would reach your ears. Having settled his affairs with the emperor and his enemies, Virgilius had time to think of other things, and his first act was to fall in love. The lady's name was Fabia, and her family was noble, and her face fairer than any in Rome. But she only mocked Virgilius, and was always playing tricks upon him. To this end she bade him one day come to visit her in the tower where she lived, promising to let down a basket to draw him up as far as the roof. Virgilius was enchanted at this quite unexpected favor, and stepped with glee into the basket. It was drawn up very slowly, and by came altogether to a standstill, while from above rang the voice of Fabia, crying, "Rogue of a sorcerer, there shalt thou hang!" And there he hung over the marketplace, which was soon thronged with people who made fun of him till he was mad with rage. At last the emperor, hearing of his plight, commanded Fabia to release him, and Virgilius went home vowing vengeance. The next morning every fire in Rome went out, and as there was no matches in those days, this was a very serious matter. The emperor, guessing that this was the work of Virgilius, besought him to break the spell. Then Virgilius ordered a scaffold to be erected in the marketplace, and Fabia to be brought clothed in a single white garment. And further, he bade everyone to snatch fire from the maiden, and to suffer no neighbor to kindle it. And when the maiden appeared, clad in her white smock, flames of fire curled about her, and the Romans brought some torches, and some straw, and some shavings, and fires were kindled in Rome again. For 3 days she stood there, till every hearth in Rome was alight, and then she was suffered to go where she would. But the emperor was wroth at the vengeance of Virgilius, and threw him into prison, vowing that he should be put to death. And when everything was ready, he was led out to the Viminal Hill, where he was to die. He went quietly with his guards, but the day was hot, and on reaching his place of execution he begged for some water. A pail was brought, and he, crying, "Emperor, all hail! Seek for me in Sicily," jumped headlong into the pail and vanished from their sight. For some time we hear no more of Virgilius, or how he made his peace with the emperor. But the next event in his history was his being sent for to the palace to give the emperor advice on how to guard Rome from foes within as well as foes without. Virgilius spent many days in deep thought, and at length invented a plan which was known to all as the preservation of Rome. On the roof of the Capitol, which was the most famous public building in the city, he set up statues representing the gods worshipped by every nation subject to Rome. And in the middle stood the god of Rome herself. Each of the conquered gods held in its hand a bell, and if there was even a thought of treason in any of the countries, its god turned its back upon the god of Rome and rang its bell furiously. And the senators came hurrying to see who was rebelling against the majesty of the empire. Then they made ready their armies and marched against the foe. Now there was a country which had long felt bitter jealousy of Rome, and was anxious for some way of bringing about its destruction. So the people chose 3 men who could be trusted, and loading them with money, sent them to Rome, bidding them to pretend that they were diviners of dreams. No sooner had the messengers reached the city than they stole out at night, and buried a pot of gold far down in the earth, and let down another into the bed of the Tiber, just where a bridge spans the river. Next day they went to the Senate house, where the laws were made, and bowing low they said, "O noble lords, last night we dreamed that beneath the foot of a hill there lies buried a pot of gold. Have we your leave to dig for it?" And leave having been given, the messengers took workmen and dug up the gold and made merry with it. A few days later, the diviners again appeared before the Senate and said, "O noble lords, grant us leave to seek out another treasure, which has been revealed to us in a dream as lying under the bridge over the river." And the senators gave leave, and the messengers hired boats and men, and let down ropes with hooks, and at length drew up the pot of gold, some of which they gave as presents to the senators. A week or two passed by, and once more they appeared in the Senate house. "O noble lords," said they, "last night in a vision we beheld 12 casks of gold lying under the foundation stone of the Capitol, on which stands the statue of the preservation of Rome. Now, seeing that by your goodness we have been greatly enriched by our former dreams, we wish, in gratitude, to bestow this third treasure on you for your own profit. So give us workers, and we will begin to dig without delay." And receiving permission, they began to dig, and when the messengers had almost undermined the Capitol, they stole away as secretly as they had come. And next morning the stone gave way, and the sacred statue fell on its face and was broken, and the senators knew that their greed had been their ruin. From that day things went from bad to worse, and every morning crowds presented themselves before the emperor, complaining of the robberies, murders, and other crimes that were committed nightly in the streets. The emperor, desiring nothing so much as the safety of his subjects, took counsel with Virgilius how this violence could be put down. Virgilius thought hard for a long time, and then he spoke. "Great prince," said he, "cause a copper horse and rider to be made, and stationed in front of the Capitol. Then make a proclamation that at 10 o'clock a bell will toll, and every man is to enter his house and not leave it again." The emperor did as Virgilius advised, but thieves and murderers laughed at the horse, and went about their misdeeds as usual. But at the last stroke of the bell, the horse set off at a full gallop through the streets of Rome, and by daylight men counted over 200 corpses that it had trodden down. The rest of the thieves, and there were still many remaining, instead of being frightened into honesty, as Virgilius had hoped, prepared rope ladders with hooks to them, and when they heard the sound of the horse's hooves, they stuck their ladders into the walls and climbed up above the reach of the horse and its rider. Then the emperor commanded 2 copper dogs to be made that would run after the horse, and when the thieves, hanging from the walls, mocked and jeered at Virgilius and the emperor, the dogs leaped high after them and pulled them to the ground and bit them to death. Thus did Virgilius restore peace and order to the city. Now, about this time there came to be noised abroad the fame of the daughter of the Sultan, who ruled over the province of Babylon, and indeed she was said to be the most beautiful princess in the world. Virgilius, like the rest, listened to the stories that were told of her, and fell so violently in love with all he heard that he built a bridge in the air which stretched all the way between Rome and Babylon. He then passed over it to visit the princess, who, though somewhat surprised to see him, gave him welcome, and after some conversation became in her turn anxious to see the distant country where the stranger lived, and he promised that he would carry her there himself, without wetting the soles of his feet. The princess spent some days in the palace of Virgilius, looking at wonders of which she had never dreamed, though she declined to accept the presents he longed to heap on her. The hours passed as if they were minutes, till the princess said that she could be no longer absent from her father. Then Virgilius conducted her himself over the airy bridge, and laid her gently down on her own bed, where she was found next morning by her father. She told him all that had happened to her, and he pretended to be very much interested, and begged that the next time Virgilius came he might be introduced to him. Soon after, the Sultan received a message from his daughter that the stranger was there, and he commanded that a feast should be made ready, and sending for the princess, delivered into her hands a cup, which he said she was to present to Virgilius herself, in order to do him honor. When they were all seated at the feast, the princess rose and presented the cup to Virgilius, who, directly he had drunk, fell into a deep sleep. Then the Sultan ordered his guards to bind him, and left him there till the following day. Directly the Sultan was up, he summoned his lords and nobles into his great hall, and commanded that the cords which bound Virgilius should be taken off, and the prisoner brought before him. The moment he appeared, the Sultan's passion broke forth, and he accused his captive of the crime of conveying the princess into distant lands without his leave. Virgilius replied that if he had taken her away, he had also brought her back, when he might have kept her, and that if they would set him free to return to his own land, he would come hither no more. "Not so," cried the Sultan, "but a shameful death you shall die." And the princess fell on her knees and begged she might die with him. "You are out in your reckoning, Sir Sultan," said Virgilius, whose patience was at an end, and he cast a spell over the Sultan and his lords, so that they believed that the great river of Babylon was flowing through the hall, and that they must swim for their lives. So, leaving them to plunge and leap like frogs and fishes, Virgilius took the princess in his arms, and carried her over the airy bridge back to Rome. Now Virgilius did not think that either his palace, or even Rome itself, was good enough to contain such a pearl as the princess. So he built her a city whose foundations stood upon eggs, buried far away down in the depths of the sea. And in the city was a square tower, and on the roof of the tower was a rod of iron. And across the roof he laid a little bottle, and on the bottle he placed an egg, and from the egg there hung chained an apple, which hangs there to this day. And when the egg shakes, the city quakes, and when the egg shall be broken, the city shall be destroyed. And the city Virgilius filled full of wonders, such as were never seen before, and he called its name Naples. Adapted from Virgilius the Sorcerer. End of chapter 34, Virgilius the Sorcerer. Recording by David Camden Britton.
Chapter 35 of the Violet Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tanya Ross. The Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang. Chapter 35. Mogarzea and his son. There once was a little boy whose father and mother, when they were dying, left him to the care of a guardian. But the guardian whom they chose turned out to be a wicked man and spent all the money. So the boy determined to go away and strike out a path for himself. So one day he set off and walked through woods and meadows, till when evening came he was very tired and did not know where to sleep. He climbed a hill and looked about him to see if there was no light shining from a window. At first all seemed dark, but at length he noticed a tiny spark far, far off, and plucking up his spirits at once, he went in search of it. The night was nearly half over before he reached the spark, which turned out to be a big fire, and by the fire a man was sleeping who was so tall he might have been a giant. The boy hesitated for a moment what he should do. Then he crept close up to the man and lay down by his legs. When the man awoke in the morning, he was much surprised to find the boy nestling up close to him.
"Dear me, where do you come from?"
said he. "I am your son, born in the night," replied the boy.
"If that is true,"
said the man,
"you shall take care of my sheep, and I will give you food. But take care you never cross the border of my land, or you will repent it."
Then he pointed out where the border of his land lay, and bade the boy begin his work at once. The young shepherd led his flock out to the richest meadows and stayed with them till evening, when he brought them back and helped the man to milk them. When this was done, they both sat down to supper, and while they were eating, the boy asked the big man, "What is your name, father?"
"Mogarzea,"
answered he. "I wonder you are not tired of living by yourself in this lonely place?"
"There is no reason you should wonder. Don't you know that there was never a bear yet who danced of his own free will?"
"Yes, that is true," replied the boy. "But why is it you are always so sad? Tell me your history, father."
"What is the use of my telling you things that would only make you sad too?"
"Oh, never mind that. I should like to hear. Are you not my father? And am I not your son?"
"Well, if you really want to know my story, this is it. As I told you, my name is Mogarzea, and my father is an emperor. I was on my way to the Sweet Milk Lake, which lies not far from here, to marry one of the 3 fairies who have made the lake their home. But on the road 3 wicked elves fell on me and robbed me of my soul, so that ever since I have stayed in this spot, watching my sheep, without wishing for anything different, without having felt one moment's joy, or ever being able to laugh. And the horrible elves are so ill-natured that if anyone sets one foot on their land, he is instantly punished. That is why I warn you to be careful, lest you should share my fate."
"All right, I will take great care. Do let me go, father," said the boy as they stretched themselves out to sleep. At sunrise the boy got up and led his sheep out to feed, and for some reason he did not feel tempted to cross into the grassy meadows belonging to the elves, but let his flock pick up what pasture they could on Mogarzea's dry ground. On the 3rd day he was sitting under the shadow of a tree playing on his flute, and there was nobody in the world who could play a flute better, when one of his sheep strayed across the fence into the flowery fields of the elves, and another followed it. But the boy was so absorbed in his flute that he noticed nothing till half the flock were on the other side. He jumped up, still playing on his flute, and went after the sheep, meaning to drive them back to their own side of the border, when suddenly he saw before him 3 beautiful maidens, who stopped in front of him and began to dance. The boy understood what he must do, and played with all his might. But the maidens danced on till evening. "Now let me go," he cried at last, "for poor Mogarzea must be dying of hunger. I will come and play for you tomorrow." "Well, you may go, but remember, even if you break your promise, you will not escape us." So they both agreed that the next day he should come straight there with the sheep and play with them till the sun went down. This being settled, they each returned home. Mogarzea was surprised to find that his sheep gave so much more milk than usual. But as the boy declared he had never crossed the border, the big man did not trouble his head further, and ate his supper heartily. With the earliest gleams of light, the boy was off with his sheep to the elfin meadow, and at the first notes of his flute the maidens appeared before him, and danced and danced and danced till evening came. Then the boy let the flute slip through his fingers, and trod on it as if by accident. If you had heard the noise he made, and how he wrung his hands, and wept and cried that he had lost his only companion, you would have been sorry for him. The hearts of the elves were quite melted, and they did all they could to comfort him. "I shall never find another flute like that," moaned he. "I have never heard one whose tone was as sweet as mine. It was cut from the center of a 7-year-old cherry tree."
"There is a cherry tree in our garden that is exactly 7 years old," said they. "Come with us, and you shall make yourself another flute."
So they all went to the cherry tree, and when they were standing round it, the youth explained that if he tried to cut it down with an axe, he might very likely split open the heart of the tree, which was needed for the flute. In order to prevent this, he would make a little cut in the bark, just large enough for them to put their fingers in, and with this help he could manage to tear the tree in two, so that the heart should run no risk of damage. The elves did as he told them without a thought. Then he quickly drew out the axe, which had been sticking into the cleft, and behold, all their fingers were imprisoned tight in the tree. It was in vain that they shrieked with pain and tried to free themselves. They could do nothing, and the young man remained cold as marble to all their entreaties. Then he demanded of them Mogarzria's soul.
"Oh, well, if you must have it, it is in a bottle on the window-sill,"
said they, hoping that they might obtain their freedom at once, but they were mistaken. "You have made so many men suffer," answered he sternly, "that it is but just you should suffer yourselves. But tomorrow I will let you go." And he turned towards home, taking the sheep and the soul of Mogarzria with him. Mogarzria was waiting at the door, and as the boy drew near, he began scolding him for being late. But at the first word of explanation, the man became beside himself with joy, and he sprang so high into the air that the false soul which the elves had given him flew out of his mouth, and his own, which had been shut tightly into the flask of water, took its place. When his excitement had somewhat calmed down, he cried to the boy,
"Whether you are really my son matters nothing to me. Tell me, how can I repay you for what you have done for me?"
"By showing me where the milk lake is, and how I can get one of the free fairies who lives there to wife, and by letting me remain your son forever." The night was passed by Mogarzria and his son in songs and feasting, for both were too happy to sleep, and when day dawned they set out together to free the elves from the tree. When they reached the place of their imprisonment, Mogarzria took the cherry tree and all the elves with it on his back, and carried them off to his father's kingdom, where everyone rejoiced to see him home again. But all he did was to point to the boy who had saved him, and had followed him with his flock. For 3 days the boy stayed in the palace, receiving the thanks and praises of the whole court. Then he said to Mogarzria, "The time has come for me to go hence, but tell me, I pray you, how to find the sweet milk lake, and I will return, and will bring my wife back with me." Mogarzria tried in vain to make him stay, but finding it was useless, he told him all he knew, for he himself had never seen the lake. For 3 summer days the boy and his flute journeyed on, till one evening he reached the lake, which lay in the kingdom of a powerful fairy. The next morning had scarcely dawned when the youth went down to the shore and began to play on his flute, and the first notes had hardly sounded when he saw a beautiful fairy standing before him, with hair and robes that shone like gold. He gazed at her in wonder, when suddenly she began to dance. Her movements were so graceful that he forgot to play, and as soon as the notes of his flute ceased, she vanished from his sight. The next day the same thing happened, but on the third he took courage and drew a little nearer, playing on his flute all the while. Suddenly he sprang forward, seized her in his arms, and kissed her, and plucked a rose from her hair. The fairy gave a cry, and begged him to give her back her rose, but he would not. He only stuck the rose in his hat, and turned a deaf ear to all her prayers. At last she saw that her entreaties were in vain, and agreed to marry him as he wished, and they went together to the palace, where Mogarzea was still waiting for him, and the marriage was celebrated by the emperor himself. But every May they returned to the milk lake, they and their children, and bathed in its waters.
End of chapter 35. Recording by Tanya Ross. End of the Violet Fairy Book by Andrew Lang.